Can I share my screen?
Yes, please. Let me stop
Yeah.
sharing now.
Okay. Good
Yeah, you can
evening. Yeah,
share.
everyone here. Now it's 10 o'clock p.m. Okay, I will be not present, maybe sharing about entrepreneurial hybrid because I am lecturer and also research. I'm doing business and management consulting, and also Indonesia business coach. So many profession. I don't know. This is about the entrepreneur hybrid. Okay, maybe I have uh, 10 minutes, but I think please
You
go
have
to
20
the
minutes.
your 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the. We can make a little uh, game. Yeah, online game. Okay. Okay. Can you type Slido in your web web browser? Yeah. Uh, Not quit
In the chat
the
room.
Zoom chat room. You can use in the Slido, and
Okay.
please type slido.com like this.
It's not showing yet.
Ah, okay. Okay. Let's go start.
Yeah,
And
it's
please
coming.
answer the first question. How you familiar with Slido? Yeah. Uh, okay. I type the question. Do you still working in the company and at the same time running your own business? If yes, please answer yes. If no, please chat the no. Okay. It's only 1 minute. No, 30, 30 seconds. Yeah. I hope it's working. Okay. Please enter the shadow and put the code. The code 60518. Okay. Uh, can you? Okay. Yes, there's someone. Okay. Anyone's? Oh no. Good. Okay. No. Okay. Yes. There. Oh. Okay. Dr. Lamidi. So many hybrid entrepreneurs here join our meeting today. Yeah. Okay, I will block the question and move to the next question. Do you intend it to be full entrepreneur, or do you really to be full entrepreneur? If yes, please answer yes. Is no, yeah, you can answer no. If you not still not really, you can answer not really. Okay, and send your question. Hope this is working. Yeah. Okay. So result. Okay, only one. Any others? Oh no. Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay. 10 seconds again. Any participant? Okay. If no, we can the last question. Yeah. Type two or two word. Sorry, word. I mean word. Describe your business. Like you are consulting, you can type consulting. If you're educator, can type your educator to describe what your okay consulting. There are two answer consulting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the participant. Okay. Let me to back my PowerPoint. Yeah. I think so many here is a hybrid entrepreneur. Why? Because yeah, the 80 answer still working and running their businesses. Okay, before I continue, I will be brief shortly about myself. Now I am lecturing marketing management strategic in Hasanuddin University. I'm also a business coach, and I am the incubator business technology Hasanuddin University, and also I'm a friend running a ICMF consulting. It's helping for SMA to get the fund, private fundraising. And here's my mobile and email address. My education background from Hasanuddin University, and I take the sandwich program PhD in Philippines in Manila, UP, University of the Philippines, and my business master degree from Gajah Mada University and School of Economic from my bachelor. Uh, oh yeah, I'm also in ICSB. I'm with Dr. KAFAYAT LAMIDI, and now I'm in the Rotary Club also. So I so many friends from Rotarian because they are join a Rotarian entrepreneur community. Okay, I will be show the what is the mean of hybrid entrepreneur. Yes, the hybrid entrepreneurs is
Andy,
I don't know.
we're not looking at your screens.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I hope it is work. Yeah. So sorry, my connection is very bad. It is so. This show you on your screen about my presentation. Yeah, hybrid and Dr. Lamidi, can you see my presentation? Okay. Yeah, hybrid entrepreneur are individual who start a business while retaining a work job. It's meaning as combination of employment and entrepreneurship. Uh, I put this from some journal, research journal international like Joe, 2009, Volta, and Solis Fic. Okay, it's my, I don't know, it is a like no promotion, but now I'm doing a hybrid entrepreneur. I'm with my friend in Malaysia and Singapore, uh, running a remotely business consulting. This only remotely. I'm still working in Hasanuddin University. I'm still a lecturer, but and the other work hour I am running a consulting with my friend in Malaysia and Singapore and uh, all of remotely, yeah, remotely. Okay, something we are using a virtual event, yeah, like this. Like Louis is also full-time now entrepreneur, but not also my friend Chong Year. Chong Year is still working and then is still uh, join with me as a consultant also. Now, I found the very research is very good research. The title about hybrid entrepreneurship and how and why entrepreneurship uh, co combine employment with self-employment. Research written of Marina and Solesvik. Actually, it is about it is yeah, it is sorry. Okay, the research is tell us why entrepreneurs, yeah, why some individuals still running a hybrid entrepreneur. He's still working and get a salary, and the other hand, uh, he doing self-employment. Okay, I will be discuss about this. But before that, I will be show this uh, business. Sorry, it is textbook business from Dr. KAFAYAT, LAMIDI, global business hybridization. That is a very good for your educator to reading this book about what the meaning business hybridization. Yeah, I think Dr. Kafayat also writing about the entrepreneurship. Okay, why do some individual prefer and remaining hybrid entrepreneur, and why do others aim to becoming full-time entrepreneurs? I don't know exactly what your motivation. Yeah, we have different culture, we have belief. Why we don't full-time entrepreneur? Why we still working in our office, and then the other time, and the other time we still doing business.
Dr. Andy,
Yeah.
your slide is not showing any longer.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, there's some technical issue.
Oh, this is good. Yeah.
Okay. There are three
Fantastic.
things. There are three things about the research. Salavsky, why the why some oh yeah, why some individual never realize their entrepreneur intention. Yeah, your intention. It's mean prefer hybrid entrepreneur. The first thing, they afraid about a risk. Yeah, a risk of losing monetary, because if they move to full-time entrepreneur, maybe they cannot have money to buy your daily cost daily activity, and also no monetary benefits. Yeah, and the second, like resource that can be used the startup capital. Okay, like resource that can be used, because you know sometime individual entrepreneur using their salary to cost to yeah, it is an operational cost for their business. Yeah, this means like resource that can be used startup capital. Yeah, I think it's like me. I'm still working in the university. I get salary, I get some commission, and and I share my salary to buy something, uh, some uh, operational cost to about my business consulting. And the last, acting be bricoleur. I don't know exactly if you understand about bricoleur. Bricoleur is mean is a French word, but the meaning a person who construct bricolex, yeah, bricolets. Sorry for my pronunciation. Is one who create using whatever material are available. Yeah, maybe it's like parasite. Yeah, because sometimes I'm using my network from university network to get a relationship and get a new client. Yeah, I think we call it bricoleur, acting big bricoleur. Yeah, because if now, because I'm confident, if I my background is university background, my back, and if I uh, uh, facing my client, and they give me a trust. Yeah, they give me a trust because I'm based on the university. So there are three things about the why the hybrid entrepreneurs like me. Okay, so let's speak. is the fun about the hybrid entrepreneurs is a good way, yeah, to realize entrepreneur intention for risk first individual. Yeah, because if we move to 100% and full time to entrepreneur is uh, in the current now situation, and we call VUCA, yeah, no uncertainty and no, yeah, we cannot predicting anything. Yeah, even though like in the pandemic era, yeah, it's very very risky if we full time and leave our job, because we don't know predicting uh, the future and how the our businesses can give us a profitable, I mean. And females, yeah, it is a interesting research. Females are more risk averse compared to their male counterpart. It's meaning female more risk averse, yeah, compared with the male counterpart. It is a common, it is generally not only in my country, in Asia or Indonesia, culture is universe culture. Okay, and then go to the next. It's the sample. Is a success story entrepreneur. Yeah, before the full time, they are still working in uh, the last company like Pure Nike. Pure Nike is a founder of Nike. He spent 5 years, yeah, selling running shoes before he leaving, yeah, and full time running to building a Nike company. And also Step Wozniak, yeah, he's a co-founder from Apple. Yeah, he's co-founder Steve Jobs. Stuck around the HP, Hewlett Packard. Hewlett Packard is a IT company. It's a computer company, but before he inventing Apple computer. This is a success story, how the hybrid entrepreneur can success, and after this they can move on 100 move on as a full entrepreneurship. Okay, this is only reference. I think that's all, because I know the time is very limited. Yeah, I think we can continue Q&A session, or you can panel session. Back to you, Dr. Lamidi.
Thank you, Dr. Andy. Thanks very much for an interactive presentation. We enjoyed your cues, and I think if anyone have questions or contribution to the presentation, you can raise your hand or type in the chat room for Dr. Andy to respond to your question, please.
Well, we can we can panel, yes, panel session after. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 7, 6 speakers again. Yeah, Dr. KAFAYAT, yeah, Dr. Mosa from Ghana.
I'm sharing my screen. I'm going to call on our next speaker. We've not seen Dr. Lufemi in the room. We're going to jump and go to Ghana to meet Dr.
Moses. Thank you, President Alberto. I hope you will be
I believe Dr. George is in the room with us. So are you guys ready to fly with me to Ghana, Accra? If you haven't been there before, Corey has been there, okay. So Dr. George, are you ready for us? We are visiting you all the way from Canada, UK, Nigeria, all over the world. So please join me to welcome Dr. George Ashiampong, a senior lecturer at Ghana Business School, University of Ghana. And Dr. George will be sharing his experience with us regarding innovation. And enjoy this interesting presentation, another interactive one. You are ready. Dr. George? Yes, there. Hello? We will go to a different country. So, let me see who do we have in the room before I. Okay, Mr. Tola. Mr. Tola ODUSHE, please unmute yourself. We're going to be coming down to Lagos, Nigeria to meet you. Mr. Tola ODUSHE.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Okay.
Dr.
Briefly, I'm going
KAFAYAT.
to introduce us to one of our global speakers today, Mr. Thompson ODUSHE, all the way from Lagos, Nigeria, and we humbly welcome Mr. Thompson to explore with us a controversial topic. Let me put up his profile so that you can, for those who don't know him, I hope you can all see him. If my screen is showing from your side.
No.
Thompson ODUSHE, a director at Mate Limited, HR, a director of HR. And today we are delighted to have him as he will be talking to us about strategizing and innovating your enterprise. Please start when you are ready, Mr. Thompson. All floor now yours. Take over and full ownership.
Thank you very much, Dr. KAFAYAT Lamid. Let me just know, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here and to speak on this group. I want to say good afternoon, everyone from Lagos, Nigeria, and good morning, good evening from wherever it is you are connecting from all over the world. I want to appreciate other speakers that have spoken before me, most especially Dr. ANDI. Dr. ANDI, you talked a little about me. I want to say I am an hybrid entrepreneur. Yes, I work for a company, and in my company, we are into manufacturing of lubricants. Do you know what? While I'm still there working as the director of HR, I just have to tell my wife to buy our products and be selling so that she will move from being a self-employed to be an entrepreneur. Because I got to know, working with Mate Energy Industry Limited, we have about 62 clients that deal with us. And I want to tell you, participants, that among these 62 clients, we have the self-employed among them, and we have the entrepreneurs among them. So in the course of my discussion this afternoon, I will tell you the difference between these two categories of people, the entrepreneur and the self-employed that deal with us. But from what Dr. ANDI said, I see myself as an hybrid entrepreneur because I'm still working for salary. At the same time, myself and my wife, we are trading what we are producing. So thank you very much. And can I share my slide?
Yes, please, let me stop sharing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming. Yes, can we see that?
It's coming.
Yeah, okay, it's coming.
It's up.
Okay, it's up now.
Yeah.
Can we all see it?
Type in yes in the chat room, please, everyone, if you can see Mr. Thompson's slide.
Yes, yes.
If you can see my slide, please let me know, please.
Please,
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh. So I'll be talking on strategizing your enterprise. Dr. KAFAYAT. Dr. KAFAYAT.
I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, you made mention of innovation. Anyway, I would see how I'm going to, add that to my discussion. But basically, I'll be talking on strategizing your enterprise. To start with, I want to let us know that the sole purpose of an enterprise is to actualize vision and mission. So many people that are in the business of want to move away from salary. Some people call it something that cannot make you a millionaire. They have moved to the realm of being an entrepreneur. But I want to tell you, those that want to move to the realm of being a billionaire or a millionaire, they are still doing that which can be reducing their pace of working. They are still at the realm of being self-employed. A self-employed is different from an entrepreneur. So the sole purpose of an enterprise is to actualize vision and mission, as I said. And starting an enterprise is one of the things, but continuously growing it is another thing entirely. If you need to grow that which you are doing, to move from being a self-employed to be an entrepreneur, you need to keep eyes on what brought you to the realm, your vision and your mission. The daily activities of an enterprise helps it to get on day by day, but we not see it through the long time, hence the need for enterprise strategy. Yes, where I'm working, I joined them 2 years ago, but where I was working before, I was there for 8 years. I want to say from what Dr. Andy said now, that my former boss is an hybrid entrepreneur. How do I mean? Do you know that he put up that business and there was no structure? That was what led to me leaving that enterprise. Do you get that now? And the report I'm getting now where I am is that majority of the staff, they've left. So that comes to say that for you to have a long business or for your business to outgrow you, you need to put up what we call enterprise strategy. Now, enterprise strategy is vital for any entrepreneur seeking to grow his or her business enterprise in strategic manner. If you want to grow your business enterprise, you need to put up a strategy. And the reason the topic given to me, strategizing your enterprise. But what exactly is an enterprise strategy? I want us to also do justice to this in the chat room. It's a quick question from here. Enterprise strategy, what does it mean to you? Let me just see 1 or 2 comments in the chat room. I just want to see what strategy is all about or what it means to you. While I'm waiting, I want to say there is no particular definition, meaning for strategy. Whatever you are doing that will make you to move further than others is a strategy. Thank you. Someone is saying it is the foundation to set the stage. That's very good. Long-term direction to drive the underlying enterprise. Thank you, Dr. Corey. I love this. So now, mine is not, this definition I'm giving to us is not something we can call universal definition, but it's something that you can work with. Now look at it. Enterprise strategy is a clear set of plans, actions, and goals that outlines how an enterprise will compete in a particular market or market with a product or number of products or services. Do we get that? Yes, enterprise strategy is a clear set of plans. I said we have entrepreneurial and we have self-employed. And I want to believe that the people Dr. KAFAYAT is trying to nurture or groom are the entrepreneurs, people that can create business for others, not just for yourself alone. Because majority that call themselves an entrepreneur, they are just self-employed because what they are doing cannot outlive them. That's just it. So if you have your goal, your plans, your actions that can help you to move your enterprise to a level that even your generation or generation after your generation can benefit from. If you look at my image there, we talked about innovation there. We talked about goal, team, ideas, performance competitions, and the like. If you know all this, you will know that you need to put up a strategy. Dr. Andy also said something about a VUCA environment. I think I will narrow my strategy to that. Strategizing in a VUCA environment, because this is an area in which so many people are running away from. This alone is scaring too many people away from being an entrepreneur. Because the period we have now is volatile, it's not certain, it's too complex and too ambiguous. So, and if you want to strategize in this type of environment, you need to know what you are doing. You need to make use of your vision and your mission. We all know mission is the means of achieving our vision. But some people, when they're on the mission, and the mission is, having a conflict with the VUCA environment, they tried, trying to just feed their mouths and their family. But a good entrepreneur who is strategic enough, we want to feed nations. Now, developing a good strategy at this time, one needs to consider the VUCA environment. By VUCA, I mean it's an acronym for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. And this represents challenges that all entrepreneurs have to face strategizing for a business enterprise. If you want to strategize for your business enterprise, you need to know about this. If you fail to get to know about this, all your strategy might be in futility. You will not be able to achieve anything. Now, the next slide. I want to say here, there is a wide prediction that VUCA will become more and more prevalent in the business world. If you know this, you need to do your homework anytime you want to strategize when it comes to your business enterprise. Because there's nothing we can do. VUCA is prevalent. For an entrepreneur, a VUCA environment can paralyze your decision or your decision-making process. Yes, it can paralyze it because the environment demands you react quickly to ongoing changes that are unpredictable and out of your control. Yes, what happened in year 2020, nobody expected it the way it came. The advanced country, they were thinking it's going to affect the low developed country more than them. So this is part of what we are talking about when it comes to volatility, the environment. And this, so many people then that want to set up business in the year 2020, majority of their decisions must have been what? Must have been taken away. And again, another thing VUCA does is that it takes huge amount of time and effort to establish. For your strategy to come up in a VUCA environment, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to get time from you, your efforts too. And if care is not taken, you may want to give up. So also, it's what entrepreneur targets and goals. Some want to say they want to make millions or thousands, let me say thousands in months, forgetting that VUCA is there, is prevalent. Before they know, it will towards their targets and goals. And not only that, it makes them not able to complete the entire circle of entrepreneurship. You know, entrepreneurship is a circle. You start from being self-employed, to start employing people, and to start feeding nation. Like I said, where I work, we have two categories of them. There are some of our clients that we don't even see in a year, and they're on the top 5. They'll just be in their office there, chatting with us, and we are sending millions, good worth millions to them. These are entrepreneurs. But we have those that are self-employed. They will stand with us. Some will come in the morning and come in the afternoon. That you have not produced my goods. They are self-employed. These are the people that will find it difficult to complete the entire cycle of entrepreneurship. The richest men now in our countries, we know they are not at the level of being self-employed. They have completed the entire cycle of entrepreneurship. Now they have a business that can stand and outlive them. So that is that. The environment requires you to take action without certainty. Now, your strategy, you need to put it up. If one fails, put up another one. Make use of the one that is working. The environment is complex. Look at it now. Some people don't want to go to work again. They want to work remotely. Even look at the social media. We have series of sellers and buyers there. You don't need to leave your home to get what you needed. They will bring it to you. And the ambiguity of this VUCA environment too also makes us to say that we need not to joke with strategy in our enterprise. Otherwise, it will die in our hands. And to those participants that has one or two things doing, I want to tell you, strategy is very, 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 very important. It's important because it will help you to go beyond where you are. Now, let's see. We've talked about the negative aspect of VUCA environment when it comes to strategy. I want to also let us know that we have a positive aspect of it too, for a good entrepreneur. For an entrepreneur, a VUCA environment can also be loads of opportunity. Somebody was telling me in a meeting that it was during COVID-19 that he resigned from where he was working. That was during that period that he left where he was working and he got opportunity during COVID-19 in the year 2020. That means there is opportunity when we have uncertainty too. There are opportunities when we have complexity too. So in a VUCA world, we have entrepreneurs who are empowered. So many people that are empowered already. So many didn't know that there will be, look at this gathering we are having now. I'm talking to Dr. ANDI far away, Indonesia. So also if it's going to be a business meeting, the same way we'll be doing it. So the same way VUCA environment brings negativity, it also brings in positive things. It makes people to explore, to look beyond where they are. So it empowers entrepreneurs to be able to speed the growth cycle. I don't need to dwell much on this. the book of Dr. KAFAYAT has said much on the circle of entrepreneurship. You start from somewhere and you are getting somewhere. So with VUCA environment, it can also help you to speed up, and also the innovation we are talking about. With what is happening now, so many people are trying to bring up series of innovations, yes, that will enable them to, achieve their vision when it comes to enterprise. So I want to say that the volatility, the uncertainty, the ambiguity, and the complexity also has in it the positive, the opportunity that can help us to strategize, that can help us to empower ourselves as an entrepreneur, that can also help us to complete the growth cycle of entrepreneurship. Because whatever that has a beginning, we surely has an end. From my country here, we are talking about Dangote. We know about him, the richest man in Africa. I have his biography I'm reading in the office. And in there, I got to know that this man started with selling cement. He started selling cement with his elder brother or his cousin. And today, after he has completed the cycle of entrepreneurship, he has numbers of industries and the likes with innovations and every other thing. We can now refer to him as the richest man in Africa. So VUCA environment can also help us to what? To achieve all this, to complete the cycle very fast. And I have this question for us. I don't expect us to drop it in the chat room, but let's consider it. Do you ever wonder why some enterprises are successful and perform better than others? Or why some are hard to beat? Have you ever considered that? Thank you. Do you ever wonder why some enterprises are successful and perform better than others? I said something about self-employed and entrepreneur. Those that are self-employed, calling themselves entrepreneur, if you talk to them, they want to talk you, argue with you, debate with you. As I said, I see them often in my office because one of the units is under me. Administration, our sales unit. We don't have marketing department in my place of work, and we are making sales with the help of these hybrid entrepreneurs and these so-called self-employed. Now, with this question, what makes some perform better than others? It is the essence of my discussion. It is strategy. Strategy. Using football team as an example, before I make use of Amazon. If you know that you are to win 2-1 or 2-0 in a football match, you need to re-strategize after the first 45 minutes. If you don't do that, you may not be able to win. So because with strategy, planning comes up, value-added ideas comes up, solutions, performance comes up, even new ideas still comes up. So if an enterprise wants to stay competitive, it must create and execute a strategy that is good and sound. If your strategy is not good, if not sound, you may not be able to compete in a VUCA environment. You may not be able to compete. And I want to say VUCA environment is not peculiar to Africa alone. It's all over the world. Where you are, you can testify to that. Now, let's take example, Amazon. They have been successful for years because their strategy is tightly tied to their vision. I said it in my introduction. Vision and mission. Because you cannot tell me you are into a business and you don't have the purpose of why you are there. You don't know. And if you know, you should put up means of getting your goals. That's your vision. So Amazon is known as the most customer-centric company in the world. You can Google it. They are the most customer-centric company because as an entrepreneur, you have people you want to do it. So its product and services provide a seamless experience. Yes, seamless experience. You don't need to be fighting with your, what's it called, before you get their product. It's a place where people come to find, discover, and buy online. For the hybrid entrepreneurial, as said by Dr. Andy, you don't need to leave your comfort of home before you make your million now. You can make your million in the comfort of your home. You can make your million. Amazon has created that for you. That's a good strategy. It's a good strategy. So for anyone to succeed, strategy is very, very important. It makes you to stay competitive, and it must create, as such must create and execute a good strategy. Now, I want to quickly talk about 5 things to consider when developing your own strategy. And I will add my personal experience to this, most especially where I worked. I also want to say that before I joined this company I'm working, I set up a tutorial center then when I was in university, because I lacked good strategy. Do you know what? I sold it out to somebody that has a better strategy at a cheaper rate. So on this, I want to say now that for those that want to now say, okay, we need to strategize in order to complete the cycle of entrepreneurship, one thing is important. It is called clear objective. It is called clear objective. If you don't have a clear objective, you may not go far. Prepare a strategic plan that is realistic. What type of products, what type of service would you like to build? You need to know this. Who will be your customers? You need to know. Is it the high income earners, low income earners, or the lower class of the society? What market would you like to serve? And what activities would you like to carry on to get to your desired future, to complete the entire cycle of entrepreneurship? Clear objective will answer this. The next thing you need to consider when developing your own strategy, according to votes, sorry, I didn't have the reference here, is opportunity. Opportunity, I would say, is a great, disguise itself in many ways. I repeat, opportunity disguise itself in many ways. It can come in form of, business contacts, marketing, product locations, and the like. But all you need to do is to carefully analyze what opportunity exists in future and how it might evolve over time. Those that had that opportunity in 2019, 2020, some may see it useless now in 2022, because the future of work, as we used to say in the HR world, is here now. Let me shock you. Do you know that in HR world, we were saying that the future of work might be sometimes 2030 and the likes? It shocked majority of us early 2020 when we got to know that people will not be at work due to COVID-19. And we need to put something on the table as a family. That was when, in my own side of the world, Africa, that was when this word work from home, remote work, came to limelight for so many people. So we need to carefully analyze what opportunity exists in future and how it might evolve over time. And doing this, we can gather more data and facts associated with it before finalizing any decision. So if you want to take any decision when it comes to strategy, you need to carefully look at this. Clearly diagnose the risks and the challenges anticipated in pursuing this opportunity and come up with mitigation plan to address them. With this, you can, come out of any problem or any challenges that may evolve at the point of you, picking opportunity. The next one, this one is speculate to the economics of scale. Take opportunity of what's around you. Sorry. Economy of scale. If you want to bring out a strategy from this, when it comes to the price for your product or for your service, when it comes to where to sell and who to sell to, when it comes to the main purpose of your business enterprise, your vision and the mission and how to achieve it. Like here, I talked about lower the cost of your goods and services while remaining innovative. You do not say because you want to be innovative, you want to put too much price on your product or service when you have leader in the market already. In marketing, I think they taught us that when you want to enter into the market, you follow the leader. And I want to tell us this afternoon, it's also a good strategy when you follow the leader in the market and you leverage on economics of scale, because it offers unique features and high quality customer service. Selling at much lower price will help you to increase your customer base. And sales too. And if your customer base is increased, your sales is increased, definitely your profits will be high or even higher. So these are what strategy brings about. And you may be wondering, what area do I need to enjoy economic of scale? And talk of bulk buying, efficient production, spread risk, like I did in the month of December, and I put out what we need for this year, 2022. I want to tell you a true life story now. One of our vendors came, he bidded for the supply of our PPEs to the tune of about 2 million naira. And we asked him to go and give us samples. This man brought 2 samples for us. And out of the 2 samples, we picked one, unknown to him. He never knew we were going to pick it. And for him to produce that for us, it will be more than what other people quoted for us. So these are what so many people don't know. What am I trying to bring out of that story? At the long run, he didn't get the contract because he never knew that he need to leverage on economics of scale. You may not be able to do that which you want to do at that time. You can contract it out while you get your share of the profits. So in planning your strategy or putting up strategy, consider these two. Economic of scale is not something we can, talk. We can't talk it all now, but it's good when you want to strategize. Look at what you cannot do that other people can do that you can benefit from to increase your own profits. And the fourth one is test. If you have done something before, or you have strategized before, or you are using a particular strategy, you have to periodically review and update to ensure that it is valid at all times and meet your enterprise objective. There's some strategy that you put up that may not meet your enterprise objectives and will not enable you to complete your cycle of entrepreneurship, even to meet up with the market needs. So test will enable you to do this. You need to do scan your strategy, the one you have put up. So many people are saying now, this is the beginning of the year, and these they want to do. Part of what they want to do now, they've done it year past. It didn't work, and they still want to put it up. All you need to do is just to put a test. Test it out in a small phases, because it is better to fail fast when it is less expensive and recover from mistakes. That is it. The next one is risk and failure. Consider risk, consider failure when you are strategizing. It doesn't mean that when you strategize, you will not fail. as I said in number 4, if you fail, test it, see what caused the failure. Because risk and failure give birth to success. They are the parent of success. If you want to have success and you are scared of taking a risk, you are scared of being a failure, success is still far. So strategy, execution helps to bring about success. So factor risk into your plans and allow your enterprise to accept failures. Allow it. Even though your innovations, you want to start up something new, and to let you know there is nothing new now, there is nothing new. There's nothing new under the heaven. But you want to do what you have not done before, consider failure. It will come. All you need to do is to what? Re-strategize. So use unique insights gained from successes and failure to learn from your past experience and improve your future. Your future is to complete the cycle and see yourself as a business tycoon, because you cannot remain entrepreneurial for the rest for the whole of your life. Because when we talk of entrepreneur and being a business tycoon, we can see that we have gaps in between them. So that is that. So let me just say that we need to relate VUCA negative and VUCA positive when we are strategizing or using any of the 5 parameters I mentioned earlier. Because once you want your enterprise to be successful and perform better, you have to use positive VUCA against negative VUCA. Majority are aware of negative VUCA. That is when they were giving excuses when their business, when they experience failure. But you need to marry these two together, negative and positive VUCA. I think earlier I've shown to us what negative VUCA is all about. But the positive VUCA is talking about vision. Look at it again. In the face of volatility, you need to remember your vision, that this must come to pass. Sorry, are we together?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. So vision is the first letter there in positive VUCA. You need to apply your vision in the face of volatility. And in the face of uncertainty, you need to apply understanding. We all thought COVID-19 will not go. Now it has come. Though to some countries, they are still experiencing it. But now that it has come to stay like malaria, they say in Africa, you need to have understanding of it in the face of uncertainty. And also to overcome complexity, clarity is important. You know where you are coming from, you know where you are going. As they say, the first 3 years of an enterprise determines or is the foundation upon which you are building your business. Some call it 999. 999. If anyone can overcome these first 3 years, applying clarity in the face of complexity will not be an issue. And lastly, you conquer ambiguity with agility. You don't need to be rigid. And this is how I've been doing it. And this is how I'll continue to do it. No. You need to be flexible. Not even now. If you have used a particular strategy, it does not work, drop it, pick up another one for the sake of your enterprise, so that it will not die. It will not be a thing of past. So that you will not remain self-employed. You move to that realm of entrepreneurial that we are talking about. So VUCA negative versus VUCA positive. With VUCA positive, you'll be able to overcome the negative, because there is no way. Failure is there. Negativity is there. So also the positive. I put it here that you counter volatility with clear vision, create a compelling vision and value for yourself as an enterprise. or as an entrepreneur, create a compelling vision, something that will ginger you when you wake up. And this I need to do. If I don't do it, I need not to come back to sleep. And value for yourself too. You have to meet uncertainty with understanding. I said it. Do little of research to get insight of every opportunity. Dr. Kore said something. He said that you need to be resilient. And for you to be resilient, you need to have been, putting your hands into so many things that will not enable you to give up. Do little research to get insight. And also, you have to react to complexity with clarity. Do not engage in an enterprise you do not know much about. Others are doing it, I want to do it. My friend is making millions in it, I want to make millions. A true life story. We got a machine last year from India. That's my place of work. The machine worth about, okay, let me hide the figure, but it's quite expensive. Do you know that the person that, the agents that we made use of, we brought him to Nigeria this late last year due to COVID-19. We got the machine early 2020. We could not install it not until late 2020 due to COVID-19. The agent could not travel down. I want to say something. This man was telling us that we should help him to get more clients here in Nigeria. But what he delivered to us, we are not satisfied. And from our own research, we got to know that the business is doing, he does not know much about it. The machine he brought for us does not know much about it. So do not engage in an enterprise you do not know much about. Make your own research. And lastly, fight ambiguity with agility. Do more of flexibility and agility. I think I've said that before. So with this, strategy for your enterprise will not be difficult because already you know the environment in which you're operating from, and you have the tools that you can use to overcome. So I want to say with this little point of mine, as we used to say then, I'm able to say that it's good to strategize in order to be able to complete the entire circle of entrepreneurship. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Thompson. What an interesting presentation. I believe now we have Dr. George. There are so many comments for you, Mr. Thompson, in the chat room. You can be responding while Dr. George is doing his own presentation. But I've been reading so many comments from Tracy, from Dr. Moses, Dr. George, Professor Alberto, and so many others as well. Let me first check.
Thank you.
That Dr. George here is now in. So you can help us bring your slide down, please.
Okay. Thank you. Let me quickly do that.
Thank you.
Doctor.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, finally, Dr. George is ready to receive us. So please let us board. Dr. George sent his apology for the connection error earlier on. And I would like to call on our humble and amiable Dr. George, all the way from Accra, Ghana, who will be talking about innovative approaches to securing grants and winning contracts for joint entrepreneurship projects. I'm going to share his profile so you can all know him and see who I'm talking about. Please, one moment, let me. That's Dr. George, for those who haven't met him before, we don't know him. He's a senior lecturer at Ghana Business School, University of Ghana. And he has successfully, won series of grants with some of our colleagues in the room, such as Tracy and many other ones. So he will be sharing his experience with us about winning innovative grants for collaborative or joint partnership for entrepreneurship projects. Please, the floor is now all yours. Dr. George, start when you are ready, please.
Thank you very much, KAFAYAT, and my apologies once more. It's common practice in Ghana to do a lot of family time in January to plan for the year and do all those things. So unfortunately, I was in the room and then my internet just went off. But hopefully, I have a better internet now. So greetings from Accra, Ghana. It's a pleasure to speak on the subject, and I have been doing a lot of this together with Tracy Turner, and the guys, or let me say the ladies from Akron, Ohio Global Ties office. So we'll be talking about this. So I'm going to set a tone, and then Tracy can also come in specifically on how their side has been coming. I guess we have about 30 minutes. So when KAFAYAT asked me to speak about this, I really contemplated on what I really wanted to say. I put together a few slides, but it didn't speak. I really wanted to speak it with the passion that I have for the project that I have been working on. So I'm going to try to tell a story that will feed into this. So about some 3 years ago now, my head of school approached me and said, well, he wanted us to set up an innovation hub at the business school that will serve as some sort of a collaborative entrepreneurial hub between management and business students and science and agriculture students in the university. Now, in Accra, Ghana, and Kumasi, the second largest capital, there are a lot of these hubs all over the place. But a lot of these tend to be private sector led. So you have MEST that has a lot of funding coming in from Norway and the Scandinavia. You have Impact Hub with a lot of funds from the UK. You have Cocoon. You have the Kumasi Hive that is getting funding from MasterCard. So you have a lot of these private sector actors in there. The challenge is that the transition from university to these hubs and how these were managed were a problem. So I was asked to solve this problem. But being a government-funded university, the government did not allocate any money for this. In fact, the first time the government of Ghana has allocated real funding to an entrepreneurial activity is the U-Start project that the budget of the government of Ghana allocated about $2 million to funding 2 billion cedis to funding these activities. So really there's not much from the government end to finance. So all I was told is start from scratch, build your own networks. Everything is different. So two things that came to mind was that I realized that the university or the public university setup is so bureaucratic and it doesn't allow for the innovations that you would expect an innovation hub to drive up. So one of the first things I learned was to become a politician and a networker, to be able to source for resources from within the university. And in doing that, I realized quickly that financially the university was not going to be able to help me, but they were going to be able to help me with certain resources. So I was able to negotiate for space that we could operate from, time, faculty who work with us on projects. I was able to get that. But then the money to set up the space in terms of co-working space, meeting rooms, seminar rooms, and the typical things that go with innovation hubs were unavailable. So then the next stage for me was to connect with industry outside the university. Because one of the biggest complaints the industry had always made was that we were not producing people who were targeted enough for what they needed to do. So one of the things was to target industry and say, you know what, we want to have that can go into hackathons and those things to solve specific industry problems. Initially, it was a bit tough, as usual, trying to raise money from people, but we were pleasantly surprised when a local industrialist who happened to be an alumni graciously offered to give us $200,000 to fix the problem. So that was a major step forward for us. And then he brought in contractors and the like to try and fix it. So in the process, I also, because I was networking, I met TRACY and KAFAYAT at the GCEC, was it a GEC? It was a conference on the Eastern board. I don't know whether it's Eastern or, but there was a conference that TRACY and TRACY, you can correct me on the conference, I think.
CECC.
CECC, yeah, conference. And we met, and that's where we connected. And from there, we worked towards bringing in our first cohort. And as a hub, we didn't have our own platform. So what we decided to do was to partner with TRACY and the guys at Colina, who had developed a platform that were being used in Orange County in the California state, in the US. And they allowed us to piggyback on this platform that we use to bring our students to speed. Remember, a lot of our students were not business students. The people we recruited were not business students. And so we wanted to bring them up to speed. And the Colina platform served as a good platform to sort of bring the business students and the non-business students at par. But beyond that, or before that, TRACY brought together a good team, a good mix of people that enabled us to do the recruitment into the hub and the whole selection process that went on. So at this point, I want to leave it for TRACY to come in, and then I'll wrap up with what have been some of the learning points that we've picked up along the way. So TRACY, you can come in.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. George. I'm Tracy Tanner, and just to give you a little bit about my background, I've been in technology for years. I worked at Microsoft, I've worked at Ingram Micro and Ernst & Young, all three very global companies, if you recognize them. And I took time off to raise my son. And once I decided to immerse myself back into the business community, I chose the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Orange County. So I'm really speaking from the perspective of not only our project, but also my background itself, but to give you a little background of how I got into this. And I really felt it was very important. Two things I observed when I was in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. One is I did not see any really all-inclusive platform that brought all entities together. Sure, there's platforms out there, there's platforms that concentrate on investments or in the investor world or learning, but bringing all of those entities together, all facets of entrepreneurship with the entrepreneur themselves, I think is key to allow for opportunities and collaboration. Secondly, I observed, and all of you or most of you are from academia, and I'm not, as I mentioned, I'm from corporate America industry. The second observation that I had from being from corporate was I was looking at the entrepreneurs and observing that they had something different. And what they have is this, what I learned is this entrepreneurial mindset. And I have that. I've always had that in corporate America. And so whether a person, an entrepreneur, is developing, let's say, their initiative, personal attribute, they may be excellent at it. The next person, the next entrepreneur may be developing that same concept or personal attribute, and they are not as good at it. But the key is they're constantly developing these skills. What's that? Does everyone still hear me?
Yes, somebody had his mic open.
Okay, all right.
We
So the second observation was that whole concept of constantly developing the personal attributes. So pairing those concepts, Colina has a platform that looks at the entrepreneurial education and soft skills development, because that is what the entrepreneurial mindset's all about. Yes, an entrepreneur may be focused on, a technical or STEM type of industry, but they are only successful when they pair that with the soft skills, and they're much more well-rounded. And I know that I'm speaking to the choir here with everyone on the panel and in the audience, but that's the start of how I began this journey. So let's bring it back to George and the team and what we did there. So I reached out, I was on the CEEC conference. Again, if I did not take that opportunity that I was invited by a fellow colleague in the Orange County Community College system, Dr. Kathleen Greiner, if I hadn't been invited, or if she invited me and I said, yeah, I don't feel well that day. I mean, that's the thing that entrepreneurs have to realize, and others alike, whether they're an entrepreneur or think they're not an entrepreneur, that is, really understanding that, looking at that opportunity. And I said, yes, I want to go for it. I want to get on that conference. I don't even know if it's going to be something I am going to get anything out of as an entrepreneur, or enjoy, or help others. May I be able to help others? Whatever the case is, if I had said no to that, George and I wouldn't be sitting here talking about this project. So that's why I made the comment in the chat that you're listening for little squeaks in the door, those doors to be squeaking. You're not waiting for the door to be open, one to close for the other to open. You're actually listening for the squeaks and those opportunities. So that's when George and I had a Zoom call, April of 2020. And that very day, George says, Tracy, I don't really have, and I'm going to share this with everyone, George, hope you don't mind. He did not have a platform built into his budget. I said, that's okay, let's move forward, because it sounds like the students and your need is so great that let's move forward. Allow Colina to help you and work with you on this, and then we'll figure that out later. So the very next day, I reached out to, I actually did a Google search to see the sister city program that we have. And I found that there is another parallel program for everyone's reference called the Corporate or Cooperative Partnership Program in the United States. And it's run by a nonprofit called Global Ties. So there's around 70 or 90 people throughout the country that actually will be focused in another part of the world, helping in economic development, business relationships, and so forth. So that's where George and I found our funding, is through Global Ties. And we have an administrator, Michelle Wilson, that's working with us and working with the embassy in Ghana. And we're just really proud to be able to work with him, having this platform. We have another stage in this platform in which we phase, in which we want to develop a mobile app for the students, because most of the students don't have access to the internet at their homes. And we also want to onboard Dr. George's curriculum on the system so that he can run his own curriculum from the platform itself. To date, he's got soft skills on there that we developed, and it's a whole, really a community environment, sort of like Facebook, but focused on the entrepreneurship and the soft skills. So with that, I know I've gotten up to my time, and if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those, and I'll put my information in the chat window. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and hope everyone is having a great weekend.
Thank you very much, Tracy. So maybe I can wrap up. So reflecting on what we've been doing so far and the progress we've made, a few pointers that I want to share with the panel here or the house here is that one is I think it starts with identifying that we all possess individual resources, skills, and abilities that we can bring to the fore, but we all do not possess everything. So it's that collaborative thing that helps. And in my past life, researching the survival of rural enterprises, agricultural firms, one of the things that I find is that networking, connections, or failure is a function of being isolated, basically. And that if animals even moving ahead, the probability of survival is higher than when one is isolated. So the resources that we possess, we need to bring them together in partnerships. And of course, partnerships can occur at different levels, right? So the partnership, we have a financial level partnership with the Global Ties and the American Embassy and the alumni, but we have the more content-like partnership and platform relations with Colina. And we are looking to build many, many different levels of partnership as well. So one of the things we are working on, for instance, is to work with there's a unit in the university that is called the Intellectual Property Office that has a lot of scientific knowledge setting that these students can use to solve problems so that they don't reinvent the wheels. So how can we be allowed access? So there are levels, different levels that I think that we can tap into. The issue then is to what extent we should be flexible in the face of these partnerships, but to what extent are we flexible and still able to build structures that enable us to sustain our performance over time? And those are things that I think that Tracy made a comment in the chat section that, I mean, sometimes when these things happen and challenges come along the way in terms of agility, whilst you are agile and you are trying to sidestep things, it's better you are stable so that the financiers and others can see the stability. But within that stability structures also, you need to be able to move forward. That is a conundrum we need to work through. But I guess as we build forward and we move forward, we can make those changes along the way. Thank you very much. And I hope I was in time, KAFAYAT, so that we can take some few more questions for those who want to understand us. I think Alberto wanted to say something. So I don't know if KAFAYAT he can take the few minutes that we have left.
May I have the floor for a moment?
I think KAFAYAT, you are muted, but Alberto, I think she nodded, so you can.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, first of all, it's such a great surprise to see this seminar, this virtual seminar. And let me just introduce myself. I'm Alberto Palombo. I'm a guest of Dr. Andy here, who is my fellow Rotarian from Indonesia. I'm a Rotarian here in Brazil. But I celebrate very much the content and the work that each one of you are doing in terms of the promotion of entrepreneurship, and also for giving so many insights for the successful entrepreneur mind, which is very necessary, especially in this profound times, of change. You know? And I lost here my. Okay, sorry. And I think that precisely the pandemic has brought up this, has given a lot of visibility to entrepreneurship. Okay, people have discovered that they can do beyond what they are accustomed to do in a job working for somebody else. And this is because of all the arrival of digital transformation. The thing is how this digital transformation can be used by individuals to strategize, to conduct their business, and have a successful enterprise. Okay, just want to share one. Oops, can I share a screen? Only one slide.
I'm going to post this. Yeah, so you can share your sketch about it.
Okay, thanks. You know, even the slide is in Portuguese. I just want to show you this. We have two ecosystems that need to be merged: the ecosystem of innovation and the ecosystem of business. Many people think that innovation is business, but it isn't. What we have been talking about is to have, like Dr. Tracy said so well, you know, we have it's an entrepreneurship mind, not necessarily to be an entrepreneur. It's to put your creativity at work. But how do we identify those who have creativity? Well, that's what I do for a living. You know, I am creating platforms to have those two ecosystems talk to each other: the ecosystem of innovation and the ecosystem of business. It doesn't matter if it is a startup or if it is a mid-sized company or a large company. All companies, all businesses today, because of the arrival of digital innovations, need to remain on top of their business. To be competitive, you need to have those innovations, incorporate those innovations into your business. So that's something that many people are still thinking, oh, well, you know, I just need to close my business and open a new one. No, you can't continue to be doing what you have been doing for the past 10, 100 years if you are an established company. Thing is how to incorporate change. And change comes as you define new businesses, new ways of promoting your products or your creativity or your product of products. I mean, now the life cycle of products and services are being shortened so fast that it is very difficult to find, it's going to be very difficult to find someone that works for the same company other than government for more than 2 years, 5 years. There's going to be very few examples of people that work 20 years, 30 years for the same company from this point on. That's pretty much the future of work. So in essence, that's the comment I wanted to say, and celebrating, you know, I was very, very happy with all the presentations and the reference to VUCA, because I think that good strategies need to deal with that. The valley, the death valley of startups is because there is no a positive VUCA mind. And I believe that innovation can bring that to business. Not only, well, of course, you know, people here in academy that have been dedicated their lives to management science, to all these topics that are very important to carry on in business, is profoundly important for this business to move into the future, because the digital economy, I mean, the first time in the United States last year that the digital economy had more investment than the physical economy. That's how profound the change is. So we need to carry on, you know, like Leah Coca say, you know, follow or get away from the way, because digital innovation is here to stay. So thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome, Dr. Alberto, and thanks for that add-on. We are really blessed to have you all in the room with a great contribution. Thanks very much once again, Dr. Alberto. And I'm going to be calling on our next speaker. I don't know if you can see my screen. Let me first see if Professor Badru is in the room. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I am.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay, let me quickly introduce everyone to Professor Badru from University of Lagos, Nigeria. And today we are very lucky to have him to share his words of experience with us about enhancing entrepreneurship with social policies. And Professor Badru, please start when you are ready. All floor now yours. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay. Let me say hello to everyone. Maybe morning, maybe afternoon, maybe night. It's an honor to be here. I'm quite sure my slides being shared now. I believe so. Am I on?
Yes, your slide is on.
Okay, good. Okay, so let me again appreciate everybody that is on. Professor Fatai Badru has been announced. I'm a professor at the University of Lagos. I'm a professor of medical sociology, clinical social work, and adjunct professor of nursing, Department of Social Work and Nursing Science, Faculty of Social Sciences, and Faculty of Clinical Sciences, College of Medicine, University of Lagos. And my brief qualification stated there. I have the outline of presentation. The outline of presentation are just 4 because I've been given 30 minutes to speak to the paper. And the title, of course, we all know the title that has been given to me, which is Enhancing Entrepreneurship with Social Policies. I'm aware that quite a number of things has been said in terms of concepts about entrepreneurship, entrepreneur, hybrid entrepreneur, and so on and so forth. But let me start with the preamble. I'm also watching the time. I want to start by thanking my adorable sister, Dr. KAFAYAT LAMIDI, for inviting me to share my thoughts on the invited topics. I've slightly rechristened the title of this work as Social Entrepreneurship, Lessons for the Government and Citizens, for reasons that will soon unfold. But it is opposite to interrogate some key concepts in the original title and possibly indicate how a person like me in academia can pontificate on matters that concern the business world. Now, I will also share a number of personal experiences and the university that I teach, what we have. I'm happy when George was sharing his own experience in Ghana. But I also, even though those personal issues or those personal concerns are not in the slide, but it's very apposite and very relevant to our words. But let me look at the key words first. There are 3 key words in our discourse this afternoon, in the morning or evening, as the case may be. The first one is entrepreneurship. The second, of course, is entrepreneur. Of course, we have entrepreneur, we have a number of other concepts. I'm not going to that. We also have social policies. It is just important to illuminate some of these concepts to avoid some infelicities and inexactitude. It is to that we're now done. Of course, I'm aware that there are several ways by which we can kill an elephant. So there are several definitions and scholars of entrepreneurship. Of course, time and space will not permit us to espouse on all this. But please, I will ask for indulgence to cite an author that we are all familiar with, and that's Peter Drucker. But what is his opinion of Drucker? For him, he is of the opinion that an entrepreneur, and I'm quoting him this time around, is the one who always searches for change. That person searches for change, for modification, for alteration, for a number of things that will be better inside. And then that person will respond to it and exploit it as an opportunity. Of course, like many other scholars have said, we have innovative ideas, which again is a specific tools that can be used to exploit, to navigate this change. And these are opportunities, whether you call it vision, mission, strategies, milestone, and so on and so forth. These are ways by which you can navigate this to a conclusive end. Then the next concept very quickly, which again, I'm aware that we're all very familiar with it, but again, maybe just for presentation's sake, who is an entrepreneur that we all know, for me, that person is an individual who possibly creates a new business, new ideas. Of course, he or she will have to bear the risk. And of course, he will enjoy most of the reward. And when he's enjoying this reward, he must also factor in other people who may be actually be either positively impacted or negatively affected or afflicted. And that is the social policy component of which we're going to discuss in a short while. The second point we need to make is that it's a process of setting up a business, which we have all dealt with since 1 o'clock. The entrepreneur is commonly seen as the last speaker or two had said, an innovator, an originator, who has an idea, who has goods and services, a business and procedures, who actually want to look at the risk of the society and make quite a number of things from there. Now, our concern now here, ladies and gentlemen, is how do we now link up what is the interface of entrepreneurship with social policies. Now, we all know, it's all over, that entrepreneurship itself is an art. It's also a science of coming up with many brilliant ideas, business ideas, political ideas, things that will be impactful. And then we have also said that before, the entrepreneur will take risks to pursue such goals, such missions, such vision, to a logical conclusion in order to have profitable return on what he or she has invested. Now, in such action, ladies and gentlemen, the welfare of the innovator and that of other citizens are impacted for good. Again, they can be impacted for bad. And that is the social policy component which Dr. LAMIDI is also asking us to look at. But we're saying here that the entrepreneur must be not only be cognizant of the external policies guiding business of his community. The reason is very clear. If there are laws, for instance, the Nigerian Constitution, I'm a Nigerian. I teach in university, 2 universities, colleges of medicine and faculty of social sciences. Now, there's what we call social impact assessment. If we're having any program or any activity, and you are not conversant with those things that will adversely affect the community citizen, then there will be a problem. In the Nigerian Constitution, it's very clear that the goal of the government should be to advance the interests and welfare of the masses. And if an entrepreneur is about to start or conceive an idea of a business concern, and he or she does not bother about what happened to his community or community, then something is wrong somewhere. Therefore, the position here is that in starting businesses, the innovator, in meeting the need of the citizens that are being searched and targeted, must also look at the concerns of other people. Now, let me leave these theories and all of that and look at what in the literature have been considered as the 10 IDs or 10 Ds, as the case may be. Let's look at what those 10 Ds are. Number one is a dream. You and I know that quite a number of things come up with dream. You have to dream big, you have to dream high, you have to look at what is it that you want to do, and sometimes it comes out with a dream, right? And if you dream and you now want to actualize that dream, now decisiveness is another one. Of course, if you dream and you don't take decision to actualize the dream, it will just be like a paper tiger. Even if you want to decide who and who does what, that means you're a doer. Are you going to work alone? Are you going to work in concert with others? Even when that is done, you must be able to determine, have very good determination, be determined, be poised, be resilient to be able to achieve your aim. When that is done, you must be dedicated to it. What is the vision? What are the goals? Are those goals well stated? Are they performance? Are there key performance indicators for you to be able to do that? Even if that is done, then you have to devote your mind, your entire resources to ensure that you get a result. Of course, you need to have detail. I mean, of course, we do know there are business plans, there are a lot of things that will be written before you actually go into, so that you reduce and minimize the risk to the bare minimum. Of course, the issue of the dollar, pound sterling, naira, of course, is very important. What that suggests is that you must also look at the return on investment. How does it translate to profit to you, to the company, to other people who actually join you, who possibly, partake in the risk of that business, so as to reduce or to spread the burden of the risk. Again, if you produce something and you don't get it or distribute it to the final consumer, then you have not done anything. So when your good is there or your service is there, and you don't identify who is supposed to consume this product, this service, therefore, and at a profit, the marketing has not taken place. Of course, you identify the need of the consumer, and you meet the need of the consumer as a, at a profit. That is a simple definition of marketing. In this case, we are saying, therefore, that an entrepreneur is a person who therefore undertakes the risk of starting a business, so as to create a firm or create an organization, create a paraphernalia to realize the idea. Of course, the individual or group of individuals must engage human and material resources in order to produce goods and services, in order to achieve profit. Now, the next idea that I want to talk about, I don't know whether I'm still okay. Dr. KAFAYAT, I hope I'm still okay. I'm still fine. Okay, good. Now, I want to quickly look at a very important concept, which is social policy. Of course, we can go to town about social policy. Titmos, others have defined social policy, but I'm not going to go into esoteric explanation, exposition of social policy. But let's just look at the fact that when we are looking at social policy operationally defined in our discussion this afternoon, this evening, it suggests that it's a plan or action of government or possibly institutional agencies which is targeted to improve or reform our society, our community. It's also a way by which we can ameliorate or mitigate the condition and the welfare of the masses. And those services really, in real terms, can be contributory or possibly non-contributory. When it is contributory, the consumer or the customer in this sense, or even the patient or the citizen, will share part of the burden, maybe pay some of those things in order for those services to get to them, those goods to get to them, like the health, like education, and so on and so forth. And the second one, if it is non-contributory, that will mean that the government will bear full responsibility to the welfare. So in Nigeria, for instance, we pay out of pocket. Our national health insurance does not meet many of those things. And that means we need to look at a number of things that we're talking about. And for me, social policy is a form of action that affects the well-being of members of society. And this also affects the distribution of access to goods and services and resources in our society. Now, we have quite a number of aspects of this social policy. Old age security, for instance, income redistribution, poverty alleviation, health, education, social security. All these are very important and really distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it is linked up with nursing and social work, which I profess. Now, let me conclude because I know quite a number of things have been said earlier, and I don't want to exhaust, I don't want to exceed my 30 minutes. Let me conclude by saying that my own take here is that any form of entrepreneurship should be processed as an activity that is not discriminatory, because sometimes an individual and organization, I'm missing that quite a number of people. I mean, I watched a video recent, suggested in South Africa, wherein, or East Africa, wherein someone or an organization was trying to have a product that is not friendly with the citizen of that community. The citizen is not benefiting from the good and services of the company. Again, that is excluding the citizen, it is discriminatory, it is not inclusive. So our own position here is that any form of entrepreneurship, service, or activity should be inclusive, should not be discriminatory, and should take the diverse needs of our people or citizens into consideration. We all know what capitalism is all about. You know, it does a lot of harm. It has its own merit, but profit for profit's sake, at the detriment of the masses, cutting corners and reducing measuring scale, and not only unethical in our own judgment, in our own view, but as a fact it is criminal and spiritually frowned at by the scripture. The welfare and need of the customers and consumers should be considered in the calculation of establishing ventures, and it should not be diametrically opposed to the social well-being. For me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is what I call social entrepreneurship. Now, before I end this short presentation, let me just share two personal examples. My little boy is in the final year in pharmacy. But before he came to this level, what we did was to, during the long strike of ASU, Academic Staff Union of Nigerian Universities, and lockdown, I just took him to a place where he can learn how to make shoes and bags. And he learned that, was able to do that well. I also teach him that, look, people will always look for education. So he learned how to do bags, he learned how to do shoes. He's a good cobbler now, he's a good bag maker. He makes a little money from such. But beyond that, he also ensured that he does not give so much headache to people who patronize him for those goods and for the services, again, for education. We now look for a place for tutorial center, wherein they will train and teach other students who are coming in to learn in the university at the secondary school, and then what we call JUPEP, this like A-level cadre. They will teach those group of students, of course, at a small return on investment, and it's living above other collected this way. And it has actually gone beyond a 1-room to 2-room to a 3-bedroom now, and is remaining afloat that way. That is at the personal level of a son. What about the university that I teach? In the past, a number of students, just like the judge said, would have all manners of theoretical work that are unable to actually link up with the industry. And so there's a hub of entrepreneurship, there's a center. Even before we actually established that center, entrepreneurship as a course was now made compulsory for our students. They would do it in year 2 and they would do it in year 3. And we'll send them to entrepreneurship hub in the university, wherein students are requested to learn a lot of things that they want to learn. And if you do very, very well, we link up with the bank, with other industry. And then when we do this, And sometimes we can have startup grant as much as 5 million naira to each of those students. And they are very, very, very happy with that. And you can see our entrepreneurship hub bubbling with activity, all manners. In fact, the last time we had relation with Canon, with Bank of Industry and all of that stuff. And they come around to partner with us, they collaborate with us, and they're very happy. People now learn photography, people learn coupling, people learn bag making, people learn all manners of that. Students are very happy with that. So by the time they are finishing, in fact, for those who are in engineering, they now come to the factory and they learn a lot of things along that. So when they are coming out, you're a mechanical engineer, you don't even know how to fix your machine or that. So this is very important to our students at the level of the university system. So you can then see that what we're trying to do, just like Dr. LAMIDI has suggested, is to actually put human face, to humanize entrepreneurship, to ensure that it's not just a mental of just making profit. It's not to the detriment of the final consumer. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you just merci beaucoup. Thank you for your attention. I'm done.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for another interesting presentation today. We really appreciate your time. I'm going to be sharing my screen for our next humble speaker. I know this come up. So we are all going to be traveling together to Kenya now to meet Dr. Moses NGOZE, an associate professor at the University of Kenya. And we are very fortunate to have him here with us today. He will be sharing his own story as an entrepreneur, becoming self-enterprising. That's the title for our Dr. NGOZE this afternoon. Please start when you are ready, Dr. NGOZE, all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. LAMIDI, and greetings from Kenya. Kenya is the eastern part of Africa, and one of the things about Kenya is that a lot of ICT, there is mobile. Basically, we talk of the ICT that has taken to that particular level of mobile money transaction, popularly known as M-Pesa. Now, I'll not be talking about the M-Pesa. So greetings from Kenya and good morning those in other countries. Good afternoon or good evening wherever you are. Now, I do like making presentations, and this is one of the presentations that I like most because it is basically collaborating both the academia side and the practical aspect. And I do thank Dr. LAMIDI for such a good organization of this particular conference. Now, I'll be sharing much about the self-enterprising. Now, when you talk about self-enterprising, and then from that, we try to compare it with entrepreneurship. Now, I was trying to put up and try to see what am I going to speak about. Because when you talk about entrepreneurship, you know, from the basics that we know about entrepreneurship, that is a process. But that process basically is done by one called an entrepreneur. Now, when you look at that particular, this the word enterprising, you know. So basically in this particular presentation, I'll be more of academia and then come to the practical aspect. So Dr. LAMIDI, allow me to share my screen. Maybe you can make me to be a presenter.
Yeah, you can start sharing the
Okay, just a minute. Yeah, just a minute. I don't know whether it can be. Can it be seen? Can it be seen?
Yes.
Or it can be seen? So basically, I just want to share it from the academic perspective and then try to use the academic perspective to build the practical aspect. Now, that is me. Yeah, I'm a senior lecturer or an assistant professor, and currently I'm on a sabbatical leave. I'm at one of the public universities in Kenya known as Masinde Muliro University. So let's go to the stuff. Now, self-enterprising. Now, from the Cambridge English Dictionary, we discover that, this particular self-enterprising connotes good thinking. And there's an aspect of new difficulty things with the core aspect of making money. So that's from the Cambridge English Dictionary. So basically, when we narrow down to what is this self-enterprising, we discover that is an aspect of there's an aspect of being entrepreneurial, and being entrepreneurial will. Are you able to hear me? Can you be able to hear me? Okay, thank you. So, practicing what we call being entrepreneurial. And when you look at this particular explanation, there's an aspect of being active, innovative, creativity, flexible, competitiveness, free, high, and self-reliant. So for those who have read more about entrepreneurship, most of the characteristics of an entrepreneur, you'll be discover that most of them, talk about an entrepreneur. So self-enterprising is a process of one becoming an entrepreneur. And in this, you must be very, very creative. And from today's presentation, one of my good friends, Andy, talked about the hybrid entrepreneurship. Now, this hybrid entrepreneurship basically, creating some sort of a business, being creative, and on the other side, working within organization. So we're going to be able to see that this self-enterprising basically requires some creativity and starting of businesses. So let's not compare it with self-employment. But in Africa, mostly when you talk about entrepreneurship, basically we talk of entrepreneurship when you look at most of the government policies. My good friend professor has been talking about social entrepreneurship. You'll discover that most of the governments would talk about self-employment. And this self-employment, they'll bring in an aspect of entrepreneurship. No wonder in most of the universities, you'll discover that entrepreneurship is a compulsory course. It's a compulsory unit across all the faculties. Whether you're an engineer, pursuing engineering, medicine, you must do entrepreneurship. And that would be able to give you some skill of running businesses. So when we look at this self-enterprising, since we have related it with entrepreneurship, we need to be able to bring in some of the models that can be able to explain this self-enterprising. Now, I'll begin with the entrepreneurial mindset model that basically was suggested by my good friend, Dr. Morris. Now, the first thing is about the attitude, and then there's behavior. Now, these two aspects, the attitude, how can you be able to be enterprising? You need to have a mindset, and that mindset, one of the aspects is the attitude. Believe in effecting change, doing things in a better way. Look at the opportunities, they're everywhere. There's an aspect of innovation. And then failure is learning. So according to Morris, talks of these key constructs that forms the attitude. And then the behavior. And then sometimes we talk about in entrepreneurship having what is known as entrepreneurial inclination. So act on opportunities, continuous innovation, persevere, leverage, act as a gorilla. Now, acting as a gorilla, basically in entrepreneurship, sometimes, you hear people saying that entrepreneurs are mad people. Why? Because they work long hours. They are obsessed with what they come up with. So basically, it's acting in a gorilla way, then navigate risks, and then adapt. Now, this basically will create some sort of professionals. There's corporate entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, public sector entrepreneurship, family business, and then entrepreneurship in a profession. So basically, when you are talking about hybrid entrepreneurship, you would discover that some of these particular entrepreneurs will go and work in other firms. So something that we call corporate entrepreneurship, and you'll see that this corporate entrepreneurship basically is a team of people working in large firms, and they want to, bring their skills in other contexts. Like for example, what happens in the Apple, they have introduced what we call social innovation. They will be able to attract these young minds, young people, to go and probably come up with some innovation in these large firms. And it's the same thing that you hear about in East Africa, the coming up of this mobile money transfer, the M-Pesa. You'll be surprised that this M-Pesa has been developed over time. It is through what we call a team of the young ones who have been employed in this particular Safaricom to be able to give their skills there and probably try to think in a different way. I would also give an example in the university setup. You remember in the previous presentation, that was made by my good friend I met in a Lavin conference. That is George, and also Tracy. You remember that what George came up with, it is something that he brought in his university. That is a hub, and those hubs are now coming in Africa. Not mentioning that even the International Council for Small Business, whom I'm a member, and even I think Dr. LAMIDI is a member. One of the aspects they are advocating are the hubs, and these are being brought by the faculty member. You cannot be able to say that I'll begin it myself. So when you begin it, we say that you are self-enterprising, but now you bring it to a university. We say that you are working in a university. There's social entrepreneurship. So all of this, social entrepreneurship, the previous presenter, maybe there's somebody who is, social entrepreneurship, the previous presenter gave us some synopsis about social entrepreneurship. Maybe Dr. Andy, you can mute your mic. Social entrepreneurship, basically, this is entrepreneurship that exists, within the community. And basically, these social entrepreneurs will come up with practical solutions to their problems in a creative way. Like say, for example, nowadays, you'll discover that most of our young minds are in TikTok. Maybe when you talk about TikTok and, they are generating more and more of money. Some of them are musicians. Some of them are actors, and they can be able to make their presentation and they get good money. And then public sector entrepreneurship. This is in public sector. So let me not discuss so much. So this in one's life, it can be able to affect in churches, in community. So I like this particular model of Dr. Morris. This is the core that basically explains why self-enterprising is very, very important. And then this entrepreneurship model. Yeah, because the topic of the presentation also talks about entrepreneurship. And I would like to, relate it to the hybrid entrepreneurship. You're working in the farm. And in Tola's presentation, he actually said that, in the farm they're working with, he's decided, to try and also bring it to the family level. And the wife is also working in that. So the aspect of trying to work within the farm, right? You are self-enterprising and you're working with other farms is what we call entrepreneurship. So the entrepreneurship model talks about working in other organizations. And these particular organizations, how have they been able to attract you? Because they are enablers, like the Google. Now, Google company will provide funding, and some of the young ones, you'll discover that they are working for them. And then the producer mentality. Like for example, the Cargill company that runs services group with mandate for corporate entrepreneurship. They'll be able to attract those who want to, they produce the products and then they can be able to distribute to those who would like, to work within a particular firm as distributors. And then the opportunists, the ones who grab, they can be able to grab that opportunity. And then the advocate. Now the advocate probably are those, they are those who evangelize. Like for example, there's one of a marketer who is so obsessed about the Apple, I've forgotten his name, and presents every time, quite obsessed about Apple products. Then there's a corporate entrepreneurship model. Now this, in my study that I did sometimes back in 2014, they discovered that there are those particular 5 dimensions that make up corporate entrepreneurship. And this would be able to contribute to the self-enterprising. So the innovativeness, risk-taking, proactiveness. And most of these particular dimensions can be explained, like for instance, innovativeness. And there was one of a person who presented and indicated that innovativeness, innovation and business are quite different aspects. I agree with you. But in entrepreneurship, innovation is the key to entrepreneurship. You cannot be an entrepreneur if you are not innovative. And this is one that creates competitiveness within the market. So what you say about innovation, is that it's one of the aspects, and most of the companies thrive on this innovation. They try very large projects and which basically succeed. And there was an aspect of resilience that was discussed. And this during the corona, most of the people started being creative. Like for instance, in Africa, the self-enterprising people were the ones who could be able to withstand the corona pandemic, because most of the companies were shut, there were lockdowns. So it's a kind of innovativeness that is much required. And then an aspect of risk-taking. you engage in those particular actions that you feel it can be able to, to generate some sort of revenues. And here, thinking about self-enterprising, this is one of the aspects that, is envisaged because you take risk. However, in entrepreneurship, we usually say that you take what we call calculated risks. Take what we call calculated risks. I've given examples of some of the CEOs like Royal Dutch Shell. They entered into a risky energy deal in Russia, Far East. And mostly when you look at the products that are made from West, going to East, quite difficult to be consumed. Then there's an aspect of competitive aggressiveness. When you try to challenge your competitor into the market, we say that you're acting your competitive aggressiveness, which is one of the core aspects of anyone who would like to be self-enterprising. So you need to have a mentality of how you can create some sort of uniqueness of your product so that it can be sold within the market. And this is important for most who want to be self-enterprising. And then proactiveness. You try to get into the market, the boldness aspect. And most of the entrepreneurs, you discover that they are very proactive. You need to be proactive. This is one of the characteristics that basically explains who is an entrepreneur. You need to be able to show your product. Seek new opportunities. Try to seek new markets. And that's why sometimes when you look at the proactiveness that is being practiced worldwide, you will see that there's a lot of competition, the scramble for Africa between the East, led by China, and the West, led by the American, the European countries. They are fighting for the market in Africa. And then autonomy. This is where we can be able to talk about having the ideas, working independently, trying to be free of what you're doing. Now, after talking about this, let's now move to the entrepreneurship story. Unfortunately, when I was trying to find out what is this entrepreneurship story that I can be able to share, because entrepreneurs are those who work in organizations. And given that in the previous presentation we had the hybrid entrepreneurs, and most of the presenters were able to share their stories. So together with those particular stories, I basically tried to look at the Amazon Optimum Prime. The Amazon, of course, it is one of the companies that is basically talked of as the one that has led to Bezos having a lot of advantage. And why this Amazon? It is because of the supply chain that this particular company created that is on the doorstep. You can be able to receive your product when you want it very, very fast. And basically, this was an idea that came from their employees. So it seems within this particular organization, we had some of the employees who really wanted to have this particular Amazon move to the next level. And basically, even within the farms, within the universities, George's story, George basically talks about now creating some sort of competitiveness within his particular university. And that's why he could be able to share that story with us. And I was very, very much, I was happy, and I was very, very much, I felt that it's good. This is a learning process that I can also be able to put it into my university. So about the prime time, this talks about the entrepreneurial aspect. Nowadays, you hear about Jumia, you hear about the Uber. This is something that, basically you'd hear people trying to share their ideas, but in a corporate way. They don't want to look at it from an individual level. And that is the essence of entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship basically refers to those entrepreneurs who decide to work in other organizations. And nowadays, you'll be able to get, given the hybrid, somebody is working within a firm and can also be able to start what we call sometimes side hustle. Sometimes in entrepreneurship, we call being a serial entrepreneur. You're trying to work in different, try to work in different sectors and, for just to get the money. So this Amazon Optimum Prime is the best example, ideas that come from employees, and they can be able to move the company to the next level. Of course, with the McDonald's, think about the McDonald's, talk about Happy Meal, the fast food joints, they are coming up, you can be able to go somewhere and grab, food. You don't need to go, as when you're traveling, can be able, to grab that food. And in Africa, those who came from Africa, you'll discover that even the supermarkets, the malls in Africa, they're aping this particular model of preparing food. They prepare the food, and most of the people nowadays, it's kind of our behavior nowadays is moving away from being the busy and getting to, packed food, and that. Now, so why self-enterprising, if you may ask? You want to create your destiny. And the destiny here is very, very important, that it begins from self-enterprising. And sometimes self-employment in Africa, you need to make some differences. Like, for example, talk about social entrepreneurship. If you're in social entrepreneurship, talking about Professor Yunus, the Grameen banking, quite impressive. And then opportunity to reach your potential. Most of the self-enterprising people would like to get into their potential. Of course, reaping impressive profits. And the last one, opportunity to do what you enjoy and have fun in it. Look at the Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg coming up with the Facebook and WhatsApp nowadays. That has really revolutionized the world. And in entrepreneurship, we basically call it as one of the destructive innovation that has really destroyed the world. And nowadays, we can be able to reach one another. Then talk about heroes. Talk about entrepreneurship courses that we offer within the university. They can be able to give you how to be self-enterprising. The demographics and economic factors, where we've got large populations, immigrants moving and then doing the enterprise. The service industry that we talked about, technology, and then up to the e-commerce that is contributing too much. So basically, allow me to wind up. Entrepreneurship opportunities, they are everywhere. You can be able to get it in everywhere you start it or you go and work. So my takeaway, self-enterprising concept, very important. From self-enterprising, you move on to entrepreneurship and then corporate entrepreneurship. And the theoretical perspectives are there to contribute to this. And then lastly, we have got a lot of entrepreneurship opportunities outside there. You can be able to grab them. So sorry very much. I've tried to squeeze it. And thank you very much, LAMIDI, once more for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. And thanks for listening to me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thanks very much for another engaging presentation. Dr. Moses, we appreciate your time. Please kindly help me bring that here. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
Sorry, some of our speakers are having network problems. Dr. Shajara. Since Dr. Abubakar is out, he was in before.
Hi, Kafayat. Apologies for the delay. Please give me 2 minutes and I will be with you.
Fantastic. Okay. Lecturer at Nottingham Business School, Nottingham Trent University here in the UK. Well,
Hello, everyone.
Introducing you a bit, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank
Let me
you.
introduce your talk.
Many thanks, Kafayat, for giving me the opportunity to join this valuable forum and to share some of my views with all of you. First of all, I would like to appreciate all of the presenters we had today. They were wonderful and so much insight, so much information and experience had been shared. It's much valued. And I appreciate that the way everyone has explained things and shared their views with all of the listeners. Well, I am basically a person who is part of UK academia. I am mainly interested in research related to business ethics, and that's the topic that I will be covering will be related to the ethical aspect of the businesses. I joined academia here in the UK nearly 4 years ago, and now I have just joined from 4th of January and another university, that is University for the Creative Arts, as an associate professor in management and organizational behavior. And I'm also working part-time at Nottingham Business School. My topic that I will be sharing with you is going to have some basic information that we all are concerned about when we are setting up businesses. It's not something that is just related to bigger businesses. It is also related to the smaller businesses as well. And that is the ethical aspect. Why is it important to be ethical? How we can do that, and how is it going to help the businesses in going further and keep on progressing in the long run? So let me share my screen with you. I hope you can all see my screen.
Yes, I can see it from here.
Perfect. So you can all see my screen. Okay, so the topic that I'm going to talk about today is setting up and running a small business towards being more ethical. We have heard a lot of people talking about the strategies and the ways that can be taken to set up businesses, looking at the perspective from different countries and how things can be done in different places in different parts of the world. But one thing that can be done at every part and in every country of the world is being ethical and then trying to put some effort to grow. And if we look at the transparency index, we can see that every country is standing at a different number, which represents the level of the ethical behavior being taken by the businesses in that country. And that helps us in understanding what is making us stand at those places, how we can improve our practices to be more ethical. So what is being ethical and unethical? Ethics is a system of values that people consider in determining whether actions are right or wrong. Just something that varies as per our perspective, because maybe something that is ethical for you may not be ethical for someone else, but it is doing something right that is good for majority and trying to be within the ethical limits so that we may not be harming others that are associated. What is the ethical dilemma? A situation that occurs when a person's values are in conflict, making it unclear whether a decision is the right thing to do. So what happens that sometimes if we try to think about the concept where we say that, okay, well, something might seem ethical, but it doesn't seem legal. It's not necessary that anything that we are considering ethical is going to have its legal basis as well. There are many people who ask about, okay, if someone was trying to steal some medicine from counter of a shop, at that time, it was necessary to steal that to save someone's life. But what do you think? Was it ethical enough to steal? At that time, people may come up with different point of views. They may say that, well, it was necessary because it was to save someone's life and laws are made to create ease for everyone. While there might be other people who are going to say, well, that person was supposed to seek some help rather than stealing. So it's not necessary that everyone is going to have same perspective about the same situation. This is something that happens to the businesses as well. In different places around the world, some people may consider something that is required to be done and quite ethical, while you may not be able to agree to their point of view. What is unethical? It's unethical in a small business, leads to lower sales or even bankruptcy. So what happens that unethical behavior sometimes may make you suffer a lot. Initially, it might be something that was helping, but in the long run, the experiences by the bigger businesses and similarly, the smaller businesses also affect everyone a lot. It may not be a success all the time. Initially, one might be able to get some success, but it's not necessary that it will be something that is going to help them in getting success all around the year, all after many years. Okay, so misconception about being ethical. Many organizations, many small businesses argue that, well, we have very small people working for us, so it's not necessary for us to look into ethical behavior and to have ethical policies at place. It's something that should be done by the bigger businesses because their impact is bigger. But we need to understand that bases are important. Any small business, any bigger business that is now big had been a small business once. So it's not necessary that they should look into the ethical basis and the ethical concepts at the successful stage. They need to look into all that when they had been trying to get success. And if they are, so, but the difference is that smaller businesses, if they are unethical, their unethical behavior may not be affecting many people. So it may not be a headline of the newspapers, but the bigger businesses, when they do anything unethical, it becomes a bigger news. And then that is going to be part of the news for many years. It becomes a history. But they were small at one point in the beginning. If you think about a very common example that we often talk about, unethical approach, it was being done by Enron. So their unethical practice, even after so many years, is still being with us. And we talk about that example to our students, saying that, look, this is something that had been done by such a big organization, and they had been defamed because of their unethical practices. Small businesses, often overlooked, are not angels. Simple theft, one or two bad managers, hiring unqualified relatives, can all lead to disaster because the bases were wrong. They tried to set up the business on the wrong basis. Those were unethical, having no approach towards the success. So initially, they have made something that is not going to be helpful to them in the future. Importance of trust and accountability in business success. Here, by accountability, I mean to say personal accountability. Making someone accountable is way too easier, but thinking about our personal accountability when setting up a business and running it, it becomes way too important because you are representing your business yourself. Trust. Why is it important to have trust, and why important to develop trust? A feeling of fairness in all business transactions in which the firm engages, such as financial matters, regulatory compliance, and compliant resolutions. In the developed countries, we can see that we are having rules and regulations and laws at place to follow all these things. Whether the businesses are small or big, we can see that they have to do that. But in countries that are underdeveloped or developing, they might not have that many laws that are going to help them in setting up their own standards. But what they should do, as now the world has become a global village, they need to see that they are responsible for being ethical, because they are not just working within their country, they are sometimes dealing with the people who are sitting in another country. So lesser the boundaries are, because of the global nature of the world, people have become closer to each other. So the level of the accountability has increased. A process, because it is a process in which people take responsibility for the decisions they make and the consequences of those decisions. You need to understand whatever you are going to do is not just affecting you, it is affecting your business, it is affecting all the stakeholders associated with your business, no matter what is the number of that. But once you have managed to develop that level of trust on the basis of your good activities, your ethical activities, and your ethical behavior, that is going to create a long-lasting impact. Role of embedding ethical behavior in organizational culture. So what is going to help businesses from the beginning to become more ethical is something that is going to have greater impact on their success. And what is it? It is embedding your ethical behavior in the organizational culture. What is organizational culture? A set of shared beliefs, basic assumptions, or common accepted ways of dealing with problems and challenges within a company that demonstrates how things get done. And how can we foster ethical culture within the organization? Some of those ways can be having a developed policy and procedures, We can try to enforce good policies within our organization. Those who are meeting the levels, they should be rewarded. We should be concerned about recruiting ethical employees. That's why we look at the character and the behavior and the previous performances of the people when we hire them, creating a division to oversee ethics. There should be a department, and when we are having a small business, at that time it might be 1 or 2 people who are going to take this responsibility to look into the success of the business from the ethical perspective. Is everything being done up to an ethical level, or we are ignoring some ethical aspects to run this business? Business startup is the best time for owners to communicate an ethical culture. When we set up the business and we are creating our initial set of policies, if we are ignoring the importance of setting up ethical culture at that time, it will be way too difficult to embed it. Many organizations, what they do now, when they hire people, they try to convey their organizational culture to the candidates whom they have shortlisted during the process of the selection, so that those who are going to join that organization, they should be able to see whether they are going to fit into that type of culture or not. And this is something we need to see, how much ethical our employees are going to be. And it is going to have closer connection with the team members as well. So if one person is unethical, that person is not just affecting himself or herself, but that person is also affecting the whole team that was performing well. When key people behave in a consistently ethical way, employees do. If leaders are ethical, if they are having, they have clearly set up some rules for themselves that they are going to follow to keep their business ethical, the employees will certainly start doing that. Leadership plays a very important role. So when you are going to start up a business, when you are setting up a business from the beginning, then you should have to set up and present yourself as an example of that ethical behavior. Small businesses owners are role models. It's not just the bigger organizations, because they are going to have strategic lead as well. But the responsibility on the shoulders of the small business leaders and owners is way too more, because they are the prime focus by everyone who is going to be part of that business later. Elements of ethical culture. So how can we do that? What should be there? There are 4 key elements to an ethical culture within these businesses. Modeling. When small business owners act in ways they want their employees to act, that is also known as a golden rule. We will be talking about it further. Consistency. Maintaining of the same behavior, attitude, or values over a long period of time. So it's not something that we are doing to attract people to join our business. This is something that should be done no matter whether it is the initial stages of setting up the business or once you have attained the level that you wanted to attain. Visibility. Demonstration of a behavior, attitude, or values in ways that are evident to others. You need to make sure that you are not a hidden figure. You are setting up a business as a leader, you are visible. Your actions must be visible as well. Personal values, attitudes regarding what a person believes is important in life and best way to live one's life. You have, as previously said, you have to be an example. If you are not sticking to your words and you are continuously changing, well, it's good to have some positive changes with the passage of time, but it shouldn't be something contrary to ethical behavior. And what is personal ethics? Belief about what is right and wrong, which guide decision in every day. This is going to be part of your personal value. These are the elements that you need to have in a business if you are willing to have a business that will be set up and run ethically. And trust me, the examples from the history reveal that those businesses that tried to follow that kind of ethical culture, they managed to reach success. Unfortunately, there are many bigger businesses who didn't manage to maintain their ethical standards. They were saying something else, they were doing something else, and as a result, they became a negative figure and they had been questioned by many. An example can be Volkswagen. They had taken wrong approach. There had been many other examples that where organizations didn't act ethically. So they were acting ethically in one part of the world, but completely opposite to that. So it is important to have your ethical standards maintained everywhere, no matter which part of the world you are working. So you should take your good ethical standards to the countries where you are going to set up your business further. Flexibility and innovation to grow ethically. It is important, as I said, that it is good to have some positive changes. Flexibility, the freedom of not having lots of rules, policies, and procedures, but having good set of rules that are going to be followed by the businesses. Small business owners have to deal with these very frequently on startups. You are going to notice that if you are not way too experienced, and obviously when we are setting up a new business, at that time, every time we face new challenges, and those challenges can be dealt easily if we are keeping ourselves flexible to adapt change. Small businesses need to be flexible as it grows and runs into new situations. Small businesses generally have fewer resources than larger corporations as well. Obviously, they are having less number of employees. They are having less finances available. At that time, the survival might be difficult, and those times are the situations where they may face difficulty in establishing themselves. So that time is usually when some of the businesses fall into the hands of unethical practices. Don't let anything like that happen to you. Make yourself flexible to adapt to change, but while staying ethical. Innovation, the creation of something new or trying something for the first time. We should always be happy to introduce innovative ideas within the businesses. Since small businesses often find a niche of customers that big business has forgotten. So you know the concept of blue oceans. You know that the businesses might try to seek some places where the other people ignored completely that market. So you might manage to attract people from something which had previously been completely ignored. So instead of being unethical to achieve some level of success, you need to be innovative to find ways where you can attract more people to join your business and as a customer or as an employee. Your reputation will keep on attracting people. And now there is a trend that when people get associated, and if they are finding good services from you, they are trying to stick to you. Ethics planning, how we can plan that for our businesses when we are setting up a small business. Ethics planning, a process better used to consider issues of right and wrong. What can be the steps to do so? Step number one is always going to be asking and setting up some questions that you should do before taking any action. For example, who will be hurt and how badly? Who will benefit and how much? What do you owe others, if anything? What do others owe you, if anything? Why is it important to look into these things when you are planning your ethics for the business? It is important because you are not just yourself. You are dealing with a set of people. So you should be aware of whom you are dealing with, at what level, how you are affecting them, how you can be affected yourself, and what should be the solution if anything like that is going to happen. Obligation, social force, which impels people to act ethically because their actions could affect many other people. If someone is doing something and even they need to pay bribery to get right things done for themselves, that is going to be a negative business culture. Why is it happening? Why people can't get their things done ethically if someone had been having good level of facilities available within that business setup? Sometimes people might need to push their work forward, and that work is legal, but the system, the bureaucracy stops it so that they may pay something additionally to get their right thing done. This is something very negative, and unfortunately, it is very true to many cultures. Step 2, creating options for action. Distributive view, an ethical overview, which involves thinking of problem solving as a win-lose issue. You need to think what should be done and how it can be a win-win situation for everyone involved. And if someone is going to lose, what is the way of facing minimum level of loss in that situation? Best interest for your business. What is going to be good for your business? You should always look into that as well, because you are not running a charity. You are running a business that is going to be for profit. Non-profit seeking businesses perform in a different way. But our businesses that are seeking profit, they are obviously working in a different atmosphere, and their aim is to gain some financial success. And for that, you need to think carefully if it is going to be beneficial for your business or not, while staying ethical. Short-term view, integrative view, an ethical overview, which involves considering what is best for everyone involved in a situation. Best interest of everyone. And then looking at the long-term view. Long-term, how we can be successful. And there are so many businesses that had been previously in the past, those were small businesses, but now they have become so much bigger, and so they have gained so much success. And during the pandemic, we have noticed that those businesses that managed to create very positive impact, they managed to help their employees live better. They didn't try to get rid of their employees during that period. They facilitated them. And as a result, they got very, very excellent reputation all over the world for their performance and their ethical behavior. An example of that can be Target Stores USA. This year in Fortune Business 500, they had been considered number 2. And the reason for achieving that kind of fame was specifically because they had been way too ethical in supporting their stakeholders throughout the pandemic. Step 3, the ethical test. Religious belief. That is the golden rule we were talking about earlier. And golden rule is always treat others as you would like them to treat you. So do what you like to be done for yourself. And all the religions, they are going to have some bases that promote the ethical behavior, no matter whether it's Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, all of them are going to promote religious behavior. And that religious behavior is doing good to others. Every religion promotes good actions. Economic argument also says that, for example, managing diversity makes use of otherwise wasted talent. Ethical action avoids potentially damaging publicity or legal action. So just by having a good ethics at place, you can see that you are going to get the financial reward as well. Your business will grow, and when it's going to grow, it will result in generating more revenue for you. Poor treatment of employees lead to low commitment and poor performance. Employees are not happy because the behavior by the management is negative, so they will start leaving the business. They won't. They are the people who are going to spread word about your business. So if they are ignored by you, they are mistreated by you or unethically treated by you, the reputation will be affected, which will ultimately make the business suffer. The creation of social capital. Social capital characteristics of a business like trust, consistency, and networks that represent potential social obligations which are an asset of a firm or entrepreneur. How can we build that social capital? Social networking. The entrepreneur's set of relationships and contacts with individuals and institutions. The key is building a network of people who trust you and are willing to help you. So you need to have that kind of people backing up you. Legitimacy. The belief that a firm is worthy of consideration or doing business with because of the impression of or opinions of the customers, suppliers, investors, or competitors. 3 forms of legitimacy will be looked into shortly. But the thing is that if you are having good reputation from the beginning of the setting up your business, it will help you in grow because people will start trusting you and they will prefer to do business with you, whether in the form of a customer, a supplier, investor, or even competitors. They are going to be ethical. So in ethics planning further, what we need to think about is that legitimacy is based on your people. That is goodwill, public recognition, product or service name recognition, business network membership, organizational size, attire, everything that is being represented by your people. Legitimacy based on your product, customer service, etc. Everything is being included in that. And then legitimacy based on your organization. Why is it important? Why you should have that within your organization? Because people are going to look into the history of the business if they want to deal with you, if they want to invest in your business further. And finally, how can we stop unethical behavior in our business when we are setting it up? So a combination of external regulations and compliance programs and voluntary corporate ethics programs is the most effective way to combat inappropriate corporate behavior. Businesses can't flourish if they are not having any kind of appropriate set of regulations that they are following. They need to have compliance programs at place. External regulations related to minimum wage, overtime compensation, discrimination, health and safety, privacy, whistleblowing. Whistleblowing is something that is not backed up. Now businesses are understanding the importance of whistleblowers, but just in the developed countries, we are having set of rules and regulations to facilitate the whistleblowers. And even then they face difficulties. So what will be the situation in the developing countries? The businesses need to understand that if you are acting ethically from the beginning, then you should never be afraid of the whistleblowers because there won't be anything to say about that. Your history, your records are itself revealing what they are and how you had been running your business. So being ethical will save you from anything that might affect your reputation. Organizational codes of ethics, including explicit standards, and explicit standards define precisely acceptable and unacceptable conduct, such as accepting gifts and the amount allowable. In many countries, this is the way to bribe people. Corporate values statements describe the core values the company wants its employees to exhibit, including how employees are to treat one another. So it's not just the people who are whom you are dealing as customers, but your employees as well, and how employees are to treat customers and stockholders. So it's a connection between all of the stakeholders of your business associated with you. You need to have some good standards for all of these actions, and that can be done by having a set of policies from the beginning that you will be following. Thank you for listening, and if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Please feel free to unmute yourself and
for another amazing and interesting presentation. We appreciate all your efforts, everyone, all our global speakers. We say thank you on behalf of CEEL. Please, can you bring down your slides, Dr. Shajara?
Yes, I'm just trying to do that. How to do it? Okay, so
just
is it
stop sharing? Then it will stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, right, got it. Done. Thank you. Thanks
You're welcome. And I hope everyone is ready for the panel presentation. I will be going. Hello.
Hello. Yes, please.
One minute, please. Let me share the screen. Panelists, to today's panel conversation, which is about tips Tracy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
We want you to contribute to the panel, and it's entitled Wishing Milestones for Small Businesses, Top Strategies. Which you can add yours and give us your insights. Please start when you are ready, Tracy.
I'm sorry, you were cutting in and out and I didn't get any of that.
Okay. The panel conversation.
You cut out again. You cut out again.
It's okay. I'm going to be typing in the chat room.
Thank you.
As I'm doing this, I will be typing in the chat room as well. One moment. Wishing milestones for small businesses. The idea of addressing this issue as a panel conversation is to encourage individuals towards becoming enterprising. Session. So we're looking at top strategies as well as
does everyone hear that thumping noise in the background?
I've typed it in.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's you typing.
It's like that.
Dr. Lamid.
Okay.
We hardly hear what you are saying, Dr. Lamid.
Yeah.
It's because she's typing. She's doing too many things at the same time.
That is
okay.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. That.
Okay.
So in the chat room, I put in there.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I think you asked me to start. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely, please.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not stepping in front of anyone. You know, I do have the background of working in large corporations, as I mentioned prior. And one of the top strategies that, you know, I've used is really to observe. And I have a whole program, and Dr. KAFAYAT, LAMIDI knows about this, and it's called Think Bold, Be Bold. Think Bold, Be Bold. And I won't go through the whole program right now or discussion other than outline what BOLD stands for. And I know we spoke about many people spoke about a lot of acronyms today, but I was asked by Dr. KAFAYAT to present and speak to women on entrepreneurship. And this is when I put this together. And it was also after I attended a public convening for the state capitol. It was a virtual event for the state of California. And one of the commissioners was standing, I would never forget it, he was standing on a Zoom event, and one of his colleagues said to him, well, what do we need to do for this? They were very pleading to him and asking him what they needed to do in their role. And while he was standing, he just said, take action and be bold. And I felt like that was what I had done in my career at Microsoft and Ingram Micro and Ernst & Young. And BOLD stands for being the beacon for people, being the beacon. And I'm not saying just for yourself to be in the limelight, but the beacon is something, and somebody I think used that word earlier. Being the beacon is guiding others and helping others. And I think that's really important no matter what you're in, if it's a social enterprise or not, with whatever role you're in corporate American industry or in your own entrepreneur startup. So, and then the second is observe. When I was in corporate America, I was always observing. And I didn't mean that I was just in my myopic role that I had at hand in my department, but I was observing everywhere. And I think that the previous presenters spoke about that in the perspective that anything you do affects others. So that's what I'm meaning about observing. So whatever I'm doing, whether it's the cube mate next to me or the office mate next to me or the department that I'm constantly interacting with, or not just that, looking at the department that I'm interacting with and what departments they interact with that I may not interact with directly, but what am I doing to working with that next door department that's affecting the others? So looking at that long-term snowball effect and how that works. Leveraging, and we talked about networking a lot today. And networking is really key for me. And I've been told before that I'm a pretty good networker. I'm sure that there are many others that are better than I am. But networking is very key. And when I say leverage your network, I don't mean using your network, meaning in a bad way. And that has to be a two-way street. When you reach out to people and you're asking of them of something, it's critical to reciprocate, and at times even see that they may need help. If you see a post on LinkedIn without them asking you needing anything, go out and help them. So I think that's leveraging your network. It will pay off in the long term, thousandfold. And then lastly, drive for results. So this is just a simple concept that I've done. I've worked strategies as long as I can remember. And I learned a really key way of strategy and a whole methodology when I was at Microsoft, and I still use it today. And it's very basic. And we talked about that today as well. And that's vision, mission, strategy. And I think it was Tola that mentioned that. Vision, mission, and strategy. And he had it down in the order. Some people confuse that. And that is really key to make sure that as you're approaching and developing a business or working in a corporation. I managed a $1.2 billion organization within Ingram Micro, that you have your vision, your mission, and your strategies really honed in. And the reason why I say some people don't have it in that order, some say mission, some only use mission, some only use vision. And really it's a tiered effect or a domino effect, umbrella effect, as vision being the umbrella over mission and values. And they all roll up to each other, as most of you, I'm sure, or all of you know on this call. So that's really key. And one of the last things is many people, there's two factions with regard to business planning for your business. One believe that the business planning process is key, and the other folks that I've read about and talked to believe that the business planning is actually passé and old school. And I don't agree with that. And the reason why I don't agree with that is because the business planning document itself can be used as a free-flowing, always changing document, a real tool on a daily basis. And that's what I used throughout my career. And we accomplished a lot in the different roles I played. So with that, from an entrepreneurial perspective, just constantly being persistent and networking and following your passion. And I think that's really key. And as Shajara, I hope I don't butcher your name, excuse me. I think you mentioned that, you know, obviously the ethics, that was all of your presentation about the ethics, and that is hits me in my heart, because I think that's really the big foundation. And when we talk about I guess lastly, when we talk about the whole diversity, equity, and inclusion, I go back to Daniel Goleman's EIQ. and emotional intelligence quotient. And I've rearranged the letters for diversity and equity inclusion, and I call it the EDIQ in alignment with Daniel Goleman. And the reason why I do that is when we look at the foundational emotional quotient, if you will, the 4 components, and then we go into the next level and reaching out, and there's where that ethics comes involved partly, combined with the equity, diversity, and inclusion. And now we're actually projecting that, living it, and implementing those strategies and treating people with respect. And so with that, I know I've talked a lot of different concepts, but balled up in one, but definitely there's a lot in there to think about. And thank you for asking.
Thanks, Tracy. That's an insightful contribution. Dr. Jennifer, I hope you are still there. Dr. Jenny?
Yes, I am.
Please.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that. What did you say?
Top strategies and enterprising tips for reaching milestones.
Okay. Bear with me.
Contribute your.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to put my video. Please, could you? Okay, I'm just looking at the chat box. Okay, I think most of the presenters have said it all, so I'm not going to repeat what has been said. But I think, as Tracy was saying, one key thing is to have your vision, your strategy written down, and then you can then run with that. So if you don't plan, the business, you don't do the feasibility studies, or you don't do the research before starting the small business, then you're going to face some problems, operational problems as you go on. So I think that's the first thing, to write the vision, what makes your business different from others. And then also for me, because I am in more or less like a social entrepreneur. Okay, so I think for the first time today, I heard about hybrid entrepreneur. So I'm really glad I attended the conference, because I'd never heard that word before. So at least I know that I'm a hybrid entrepreneur. So I'm really glad for all the presenters that spoke about that. So I'm more of a social entrepreneur. And I think that based on what I've seen so far with social enterprises, we are now having to move into making sure we have a business model. So it's not just about, oh, I have a passion for the community, I have something I want to do, I want to make a change in the society. But beyond that, you need to think about how you can sustain your cash flow. If you can't just rely alone on donations. So the pandemic has taught us quite a lot, because so many people that I've spoken to had to stop donating to different charities that they were supporting in the United Kingdom, not because they wanted to, but just because maybe they lost their job, or there was only one source of income in the family, or they had so many bills to settle. So I think even the non-profits, social enterprises, community interest companies in the UK are now beginning to see that they also have to use the for-profit models in their businesses, and then set up a milestone. So yes, it's not for profit, but you still need to have a business model, you need to have a mission statement, a vision statement. And then of recent, we've had, I think within the ethnic minority communities in the UK, there's been quite a lot of support from maybe different organizations, giving suggestions and ideas on how we can raise revenues and funds. So I think that's just it for me. Just networking is another big thing again. I think that's been emphasized in the session. Networking is very key because one person I know an organization that can provide a business grants. So whether you're in the for-profit or you're in the not-for-profit sector, you need to network, you need to have some form of body system, you need to carry the conversations on. And I think that's what we're doing today, because I've really learned quite a lot from different presenters, and I'm hoping I'll be able to have access to the recording so that I can carry that on as a hybrid entrepreneur. So that's just it for me. I don't know if I'll pass the baton to you, Dr. Kafi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jelly. It will be uploaded on YouTube as well.
Okay, thank you.
So be sure for that. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
I'm going to be going next to Dr. Singh from India. Please, Dr. Singh, can you ship in your contribution? Dr. Bagas, please, can you ship in your contribution? If he's, I know he's there, but I don't know. Can you all hear me? Okay.
KAFAYAT, if you don't mind.
Okay.
What I was going to say was another point that is, as an entrepreneur, always look at different milestones along the way and celebrate any successes.
Yeah.
I mean, it really just helps with your psyche as well as you go through the process, because it is a difficult journey. And, you know, and just be prepared to pivot. And so we're an example of that as well. We've pivoted a couple times. I won't go into that, but adding different types of services because we were really listening to our clients along the way. We went into this thinking one thing, and then we heard, you know, a different story, and that's why we pivoted and changed our model. So,
thank you, Tracy. I'm going to be calling on Elijah Fausat Sonny. Please, ma'am, would you like to contribute to the conversation?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It has been an informative event. I just want to follow others to say whatever we do, I think honesty and integrity goes a long way, because I listened very well with the ethical talk. I think that is it for me. Because no matter what we do, people will check our history, what we've done before. And if you have positive feedback or positive history, people are likely to want to do business with you again, whether non-profit or profit organizations. So, and networking, because nobody can do it alone. It makes everybody have very good ideas, rich ideas, and cross ideas all over the place, so that what you don't know, you can get from others. So honesty, integrity, and networking is highly important. And I really, really enjoyed that ethical talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ma for your contributions. We value your insights. I'm going to call on Dr. Bagas again. Are you there? Would you like to contribute your inputs? Okay, I'm going to hand over to our panelists today, and starting from Professor Badru. Please, sir, we need your contribution on the panel conversation, strategies and enterprising tips for reaching milestones. Professor Badru, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's been nice listening to all manners of expert opinions in all what we have had and learned today. But usually I'd like to always look at those issues more critically. What are we even talking about when we're talking about strategies and tips? Right? For me, what are the milestones? What are even the strategies to ensure that we can get to see business gestation process? Because that's actually what the organizers want us to look at. For me, I would suggest that strategies that we have beyond ethics, beyond some of these other tips that have been given, should really be evidence-based. It should be evidence-based measures that are intrinsically linked to organizational goal of the firm, because the firm must really have a goal, must have a vision, And then the leaders there, the managers there should have a sense of vision. And then the mission will also be involved. And then colored by moderated or modulated by organization goal. And then, of course, the business, beyond the fact that there will be feasibility, viability studies, cash flow analysis, and so on and so forth, sellers market, buyers market, and so on and so forth. What are the competitors? What are the political climate, and so on and so forth. Of course, we should really also know that milestones, of course, are specific goals that are set out for actually for that business. And usually it should be with dates, not only with dates, in fact, the person and the team responsible must actually be stated. There must really be time bound, and really that's really for me, it should also be specific. I mean, if we have in a team, I recall that doing sales management and sales marketing in Manchester before, I do know that, well, you will have quite a number of team members, and as a team builder, you will need to have, and there's a need for a team leader. A team leader must be able to guide and guard those team members. Where are we going? What is the activity sheet? And must be able to map out, for instance, sale distribution outlet. If it's a sales manager, and then who is that person reporting to? And that's very, very crucial. Whether we are talking about an individual or a set of organizations and so on and so forth. Whether it is profitable or non-profitable organization. Ethics and all of that might be very important, but the strategies must be in a that will really be very sensitive, that should not really be antagonistic to the culture or cultural values actually of the environment in which that organization or that individual is operating from. And then you want to look at managing responsibility, looking at the track result, looking at how that business is functioning and how others who are in that areas are also working. And then you want to relate that strategies, so to say. Of course, you must have some tactics, and then in order to reach the strategy. And this can really be colored by many, many factors. So it is important for us to know that we could have tactics, we could have strategies, and of course, tactics are actually not the same thing with strategy. And what actually will have made important landmark will be that, look, there should be some checklist, some parameters by which we want to get to where you are going. And there will be some expectations, who and who should do what. And this really should be described very, very clearly. There should be some dates attached, so you can have a Gantt chart, you can have a budget, and then look at the overall budget of the organization or the budget of an individual. Where are the sources of finance coming from, right? And how are you sure that the risks that are involved are not too many or too big than you can actually, take? These are some of those, for me, strategies that can be very useful in order to get to the promised land, which we call the milestone. Thank you very much. That's my own take. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, sir. We heard you, sir.
We heard you well, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay,
Thanks
sir.
for your contribution, sir.
Yeah.
I'm going to call on Mrs. Olubukola Odushe. Please unmute yourself and contribute, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Lamid.
Oh,
she
yeah, Mr.
stepped
Thompson.
out. She stepped out.
Okay.
Yes, she stepped
So
out.
I've just seen Sister Beliki Savage. You are welcome, ma'am. We acknowledge your presence. Please, ma'am, we are contributing to the panel conversation and we would like to call you.
Thank you for giving me the honor to be part of this gathering, and I'm grateful. I've just listened a little bit to what has been said, and I don't want to repeat, but I fully endorse. But the one key thing I want to draw, which I don't know what has been said, is the fact that we're dealing with a new era, we're in a pandemic. It's a new, different norm for what we're faced with. And I think for me, that is a key lesson that I want to remind people, that whatever has been done in a certain way before, we'll have to review it, evaluate it, and do it differently. Certainly, living in the UK, one thing I keep being reminded by in the last week is that this year, apart from we're now implementing Brexit in the UK, this year it's going to be different. The challenges of this year, things are going to be more expensive. So for employers, for business people, that is probably going to put pressure on resources. That's the point I want to make. And the point has been made in terms of strategy, tactics, and risk. We will have to review and evaluate that fundamentally, because like I said, it's a different norm for us now. What used to be, okay, long-term, short-term, medium-term, might be a different variant now. So what you might think, okay, I can cope with it in the short term, could it be, it's going to be even more, when you say short time, it might be 3 to 6 months. Could it be, it might be longer now? And those are the things that organization, be it big, medium, or small organization, really need to think about. And I feel passionate about this because in terms of business, in terms of the fact that we're working from home, some people are going to the office 2 or 3 days. This is really, really important. The hybrid solution is going to be different to different people. And the risk element has to be evaluated. The strategy has to be evaluated. The tactics have to be evaluated. It has to be evaluated properly and costed properly, because resources are stretched this year. And for me, I think it's useful to have this platform, to have this discussion at the early point of the beginning of the year, because I can say certainly in terms of living in the UK, the impact of us being out of Europe now, it's going to have a different dynamics to us. And for that, for me, the key message will be evaluation, risk management, resources, and making sure that we costed and have the resources to support our business enterprise. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity.
You are welcome, ma'am. We value your inputs. I'm going to go by the name Baliki Somobolanle Bakari. Please, would you like to contribute your inputs? Baliki Somobolanle Bakari. Then next, I have Miriam Bonsu. If you would like to contribute your inputs, we would like to hear from you. What do you think about the top strategies and enterprising tips for reaching milestones? We value everyone's input. Okay, over to Dr. Moses. Dr. Moses?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you once more for inviting me to give my take about how the businesses can be able to, or rather the strategies and the tips that would be able to make these particular businesses thrive. Now, when you are looking at this, the milestone basically is the peak, you know, and most of the businesses, as much as I agree with my other panelists, you know, what's the intention of the business? And this is basically placed in the vision, the mission, and then the vision of that particular firm. So it's very, very important for the firm to be able to look at its vision. And nowadays, in most of the companies, you'll be able to see they are coming up with the core values. What do they value in terms of production? So it's very, very, very important for the firm to be able to define its market niche. What do you want to do? Very, very important for that. And basically, this is placed in the business plan. And the business plan, you know, some of the businesses you'll be able to find out that they don't have business plans. And basically, from what we call in the entrepreneurship, whenever we are teaching entrepreneurship, one of the things is that we usually tell the entrepreneurs that if you cannot be able to have a business plan, then you will fail. So it's very, very important to have that particular business plan, as you put it. And within that business plan, the vision, the mission of that particular farm, and somebody has mentioned an aspect of the environment, the emerging aspects that are coming up nowadays. Like for those who planned for their businesses during the year 2020, nobody knew that we were going to be affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. So what happened? That's when we could hear some terminologies like resilience. We could hear reimagine, re-engineer. So it's very, very important for any farm, to be able to prepare itself for the new and emerging things that are coming up in the world. Somebody mentioned about 2030. We are talking about 2030. It will be totally different world. Especially the COVID-19 has been able to bring some, in economics and entrepreneurship, we call it economic destruction. That particular concept that was emphasized by Professor Kisner and then Professor Schumpeter, So we should be, as a farm should be able to prepare itself for any dynamics that are coming up within the world. So how does it do it? It should be resilient. That's an aspect that we are talking about. It should be able to be creative and innovative. And that creativity should be able to be something that they do it every time. They should be able to have the creativity. And that's why most of the farms will be able to hear that they are having what we call research and development department. Now, this is a department that will be able to inform the farm of the new things that are coming up. Or else, if the farm cannot be able to listen to what is happening and be able to look at the dynamism that are happening within the world, it will not be able to survive. Look at the education sector. With the coming in of the COVID, what happened? Nowadays, even the conferences. Now, a good example are the conferences. Nowadays, you cannot be able to travel, to other countries. We can just be able from your sitting room or from your house. You can be able to listen to somebody in UK. You can be able to listen to somebody in America. So what are we saying? Some sort of resilience. So the farms should be able to build up. Lastly, you remember the story about the Fuji, the cameras. Remember the so-called the analog cameras. What has happened? The digital camera has come up. Nowadays, what is it that is happening? Nowadays, you cannot be able to tell somebody that I'll be able to take your picture and then you wait for 2 or 3 days or wait 1 hour for it to be processed. It is a real time. So the aspect of resilience is very, very important. So I agree with all other tips and the strategies that have been mentioned, and the ones that I've given up can be added to those particular strategies. So thank you very much.
You are welcome, Dr. Moses. Please, Corey, please, can you ship in your contributions to the conversation, please? Corey, please, are you there?
Thank you, Dr. KAFAYAT. And people noticed I actually finally lost power on my laptop, and I'm now joining by my cell phone. So thank you again. Today's been not just having to talk about resilience, but having to exercise it. So I wanted to give credit for some of the speakers in terms of some of the things they said. Both Tracy and Dr. Moses talked about the value of the business plan and the dynamic nature of it, and how vision and the values should be front and center. And what I find in what we do in our business is use it to actually drive decision making and not get caught up in some of the other emotions that can be distractions for business. So I just wanted to acknowledge their contribution there. Dr. Jenny, when she was talking about social entrepreneurship, one of my 4 businesses is in social entrepreneurship with Sport Aid, and the need for moving beyond fundraising based models, and something that not only allows for replacing that model for funding, but I think it's a better model in that the for-profit model allows you to actually expand the influence and impact of the social entrepreneurship and the purpose behind that. And everyone's talked about networks and networking, and it was part of the resilience stuff that I referred to coming out of Harvard, in terms of having people we can lean on at times where we need that added strength and resources. So that was good. Dr. SHAJARA, the ethics, I think to me that's linked to what everyone's talking about too, about purpose and meaning behind what we do in our professional business. And that's where I wanted to go today. And as my contributions to the conversation milestones, I'm a metrics junkie, and I love an evidence-based and data, but I wanted to stretch myself and stretch you to think deeper and beyond those traditional measures of financial performance and milestones for businesses. And for example, when we talk about ROI, we always refer to it in a financial terms in return on investment. But I would encourage you to start also looking at ROI as ripple of impact. Because when you look at the vision, mission, and values of the organization that should be driving it, that should be then tied to the ripple of impact. So when challenges and obstacles and that face our way, when we know that impact and the purpose and is there, we will strive harder, will inspire, will have better attraction of talent as well as retention, which is a major issue for a lot of businesses and organizations right now. And then the other is around cost. And when we say what is the cost, typically we're talking about it from a financial standpoint. And I would encourage you to start thinking about these questions as well. How much time could I lose? How much sanity could I lose? How much reputation could I lose? How much happiness could I lose if I do or don't do this thing? And just realize that opportunity cost is a lot more than money. So that's what I wanted to do.
Thanks, Corey. It's like we've lost him. Oh, you're still there. Okay. Thank you very much for that contribution. I'm going to call on Wisuga. Please, would you like to contribute your inputs? Dr. Wisuga, please. Then Dr. Yasmin, would you like to contribute your inputs? I also have on the list, we have Yus Van Paris. Please, we would like to hear it from you. Please, if you are there and I haven't called on you, please raise your hand and feel free to contribute your own insights. It's an individual session now, so everyone is welcome to Dr. SHAJARA. Let's hear from you some of the top strategies and enterprising tips for reaching milestones.
Many thanks, KAFAYAT, once again, and many thanks to all of those who were talking before me. I always appreciate listening to others, because one of the best ways to improve our learning is by listening to others. And being a good listener is a way to success. So in terms of my overall discussion, I would like to add some of the points that might be helpful to someone who is interested in setting up or running a current business successfully. I was talking about ethics and the ethical behavior initially, and one of the aspects that is very closely related to ethical behavior of the businesses is now prioritizing sustainability. And for that, I will suggest businesses, and I often suggest businesses that they should always consider the 3 pillars of the sustainability if they are willing to run a successful business. Because in that way, they will be addressing many aspects. One aspect that is going to be related to economical factor, the environmental factor, and the social factor. So when you are trying to look at the economical aspect, you are going to be focused at the success of your business, and you are going to set up those priorities, obviously, by having a clearly defined business plan. And then you are going to think about another aspect that is going to be related to how you need to be environmental friendly. People are now very much aware of the importance of the individual actions. And when we talk about the sustainability and the environmental friendly behavior, we know that it's not just about the group actions, it is starting by the individual actions. So we need to look into that, how our businesses, how our small businesses are affecting the planet, how much impact we are creating, and how can we reduce the climate action by making small changes. Are we relying on too much use of paper? Can we move to the practices where we are relying on less use of paper? Sometimes those small changes are not going to just help you in becoming more environmental friendly, but they will make people understand that if you are caring the environment, you are concerned about the communities you are dealing with. So if you are concerned about the finances, if these are going to, if you are sourcing your material from the local people in your area, in this way, you are not just helping them, but you are helping yourself and the environment as well, because you are spending less in terms of the money that you needed to order that from another country or another city, and you are now sourcing from your own area. So not just saving the money, but also helping others and the environment. In addition to that, you are going to be more social. So you are going to stay in touch with people around you. You are going to improve your trust in people, the reputation in people, and it will help people, it will help in attracting others to you. It will make you successful because you are now becoming closer to people, discussing, and your actions are showing that you are concerned about everyone, not just about yourself. And what happens that if you are looking at the every aspect related to the sustainability pillars, it means you are going to have a business that is going to be more ethical, that will be appreciated by many, and that will help you in generating money in an ethical way. It's not just the way for the small organizations. This is something that bigger organizations are following. Now their actions are questioned more often. So if from the beginning, if you are concerned about these, it will help you in flourishing your business quickly and meeting your own milestones very early. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thanks very much for your contribution, Dr. Shajara. Before I call on Mr. Thompson to help us round up the panel conversation with his own insights, I'm going to quickly introduce us to some of our books, and you can get them from Amazon, you can get them from Author House, you can get them from Barnes and Nobles, and as well as other distributors, and you can get them directly from myself as the author, and then you will have discount rates for that, for getting it directly from me. And we have this in 3 volumes: Global Corporate Entrepreneurship, Perspectives, Practices, Principles, and Policies. in volume 1 to 3, and this is the volume 1. So you're welcome to order directly from me, and this is the volume 2 of it. You know, we want a complete education, so getting this book will complement what we are saying today. This is volume 2 of it. And volume 3, which is the global business hybridization. This comprises of this topic and the central theme we discussed today as connected entrepreneurial hybrid, but this is global business hybridization. Please do endeavor to contact me directly if you would like a discount to it, or you can buy online from Amazon. You can buy online from, if you are in the States, you can buy from Walmart. It's available, the physical copy is there in Walmart in the United States, and in the UK, Waterstones, Blackwells as well, and Author House. We have Barnes and Nobles and Amazon. You can have them online, or if you walk to any of the store, the Walmart store or Waterstone store, you can get it there as well. And now I'm going to call on Mr. Thompson. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Please, I would like you to help us shed light or ship in your input about the conversation we are having regarding reaching milestones for small businesses and as well as other entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. KAFAYAT Lamid. And I want to just also use the opportunity to say a very big thank you for having me in here today for this conference. I want to say, now that we know that entrepreneurship is a good place to be, and from what we have been saying so far, we said innovation is the key. Innovation is the key to entrepreneurship. Now that we know, we need to do one thing, because it is said that it is only when you risk failure that you discover things. You want to be innovative, you need to imbibe failure, you need to risk so that you discover things. And I also want to share with us too that in trying to put up strategy in order to make a milestone, I said something about economics of scale. And I said that economic of scale are benefits and advantage of an enterprise as it expands its production. So it's very good for an entrepreneur to leverage on economic of scale. It can be internal or external, but the one for entrepreneurship mostly is that of internal and partly that of external. So combination of these two will enable such an entrepreneur to make miles and achieve goal. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks very much. It has been a great day with you all, having you all voluntarily contributing to the session. We really appreciate and value that. I'm just typing in my email address for those who are asking about any other future events and as well as about the book. Oh, I've just missed GSEP@KAFAYAT.com. So thank you so much, everyone. I really value your time and your efforts. If anyone wants to add anything, if I have not called on you, please do feel free to call yourself. Please contribute your inputs. If I haven't called your name, it's a call-in. If you haven't been called, you can call yourself in, please. Thanks so much, everyone. It has been a great session. I really appreciate you all. Dr. Moses, I appreciate you all. Professor Badru, I say thank you on behalf of GSEP and leadership. I say thank you all to all the global speakers, all global participants from wherever you have joined us. I say thank you so much. I hope it has been a useful day. Corey, thank you. Thank you very much. Despite the storm in Canada, you still managed to give us your time. We really appreciate that, Corey. Dr. George, I say thank you to you. I know you have left, but we send our gratitude to you. Ajia Baliki Savage, we say thank you, ma, for joining us. Dr. Jenny, I acknowledge your presence. Thank you very much. Tracy, Tana, I say thank you to you as well. I say thank you all to Dr. Shajara for your contribution and your time. It's a pleasure having you all. And Olubukola Odushe, I say thank you, ma, for joining us today. Dr. Wisuga, I say thank you for coming along. Yasmin Wema, I say thank you to you too for coming to CEEL2022 conference. It has been a pleasure having you in the room. Miriam Bonsu, I say thank you. Maria, I say thank you, acknowledge your input, acknowledge your presence. And Adjia Fausat Sani, I say thank you, ma. It's a big thank you. And your business executive, I say thank you to you all for joining us today. Thanks to all our speakers for an insightful, engaging, and interactive presentations. Thanks so much to you all. Dr. Alberto, I know you've gone. I say thank you to you as well on behalf of the GSEP Center for Entrepreneurship, Employability, and Leadership. I say thank you. I send thank you to Alhaji Muhammadu Tawfiq Adeshina Salau. We say thank you, sir, for all your contributions. And Alhaji Ade, we say thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. I'm still looking at others. Dr. Andi, I say thank you. Thank you, Dr. Andi from Indonesia. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone, I say thank you all. Maria, I say thank you. Yasmin, thank you once again. It has been a great session. And the KHF, I say thank you to you all. KHF Global, thank you. All the GSEP associates worldwide, I say thank you. Thanks everyone for coming. If I haven't mentioned your name, please my apologies. With due respect. Thanks everyone. If you would like a final picture, we can, please, if you want to show your face, Dr. Moses, Professor Badru, Tracy, let's have a good picture. Aji Abalikis, if you don't mind. Corey, are you still there?
I'm still here. Give me 1 minute.
Okay.
You want to go ahead and take your slideshow down?
Yeah, I will take the slide down. Yeah, I'm looking if Corey is still there. Professor Badru?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yes, let's see your face. Alhaji Tawfiq Adeshina, we have to see your face. Yasmin, please put on your video, turn on your video.
Okay.
Yasmin, use Miriam, Maria, Usiga, please. Dr. Jenny, please, you can switch on your video so we can see your faces and we can have you on the photograph. Yeah, let me bring down my stop sharing. Yeah.
There we go.
If someone can take from their side, as many as they can take, because we don't know which one is going to come out great. Tracy, Dr.
Yes,
Moses?
I'm taking it. Everybody smile who's on. 1,
Yeah, we're
2,
smiling.
3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, you went to 4. You gave people extra time. I'm going to do
Okay, I
one
didn't
more.
want to move my glasses. Now we can see well.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Great.
Thanks.
I took some earlier too in the morning on my end, so I'll send them all to you.
That's great. Please send it to me via LinkedIn, please.
Yes.
Thanks, Tracy.
This is
Any
brilliant.
other
Thank you
persons
so
you
much.
can take?
Dr. KAFAYAT, could you please save the chat? I don't know if you saw my note in there because I think something in the settings, you have to do it. I can't.
Yeah, Dr. Lamidi has to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because people have sent me information and I didn't capture it yet.
Oh.
And I'm sure others have that as well.
And it will also be nice to have all the email contact of all the presenters so that we can network.
Okay.
And that is a network.
Sure.
KAFAYAT, please, I would also like to add that, guys, I am on LinkedIn, so any of you who is willing to join, please feel free to do so. And
Great.
my name is a bit unique, so when you are going to write Shajara on LinkedIn, you won't find anyone except me. So Shajara Aldura is just one.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
And it's a beautiful name.
I think Dr. Lamidi should just do that for us.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome, my brother.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Excellent program. Thank
It's
you
a
so
great
much.
pleasure to have this with you, sir.
Yeah, nice one.
I don't think
Nice
anyone
one.
wants to leave.
Nobody wants to leave since 1 o'clock. Fantastic program.
Networking time.
And it's unfortunate
Yeah.
that Dr. Lamidi could not send us refreshments. I'm having mine
Yes,
here.
it's
I'm
right.
having mine here.
Give
I'm having mine
refreshment.
here.
Cheers, everyone. So
I'm having mine
2022.
here.
Cheers.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Yeah,
Cheers.
I'm going to
Hey,
go for my own
I
dinner
win
very soon.
the
Okay.
prize for getting on, I think at 5 in the morning. So I can't even, I haven't even had lunch yet because it's too early. It's
Ah, great,
Wow.
great, great,
one,
great.
great one.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll meet at the next event. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
KEHINDE. This is excellent. Really appreciate the opportunity.
And,
So the
and
next
by the
event,
way, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
yeah,
You're
go on.
welcome.
Thank you.
Go on,
Sorry
ma'am.
about that. By the way, in April, I've been working with the Orange County Community College System, Dr. Kathleen Greiner, for some of you who may know her. She is head of the regional, she's a regional director for business and entrepreneurship for 9 community colleges. And we do a lot of work together. And in April, we are targeting to do a women's global entrepreneurship virtual event. So if any of you would like to participate, please follow up with me because we have not even set a date yet. It's all in the works. And we're meeting next week to do that. And then secondly, since we've been sort of sharing, she and I are also working on some virtual events that I need guest speakers for on blockchain, AI, and social media. So if anyone knows some really good high-end people that I'm sure you all do, because you are that yourselves, that you could refer me to, that would be awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for the advance invitation. Thanks very much. And congratulations once again for the project with Dr. George.
Thank you very much. You know, it's really, truly been fantastic. And the business community, I put that in the chat, they've just been blown away because I did say that the Orange County Community College or the Orange County ecosystem of entrepreneurship focuses on biotech, medtech, and fintech. What I didn't say in the chat is why they were so, the business community here was so blown away is not only the respect that the university students in Ghana, Accra, University of Ghana students present, how they presented themselves, how respectful they were. They were so inspired by their message and their ideas because they were very much addressing the basic needs. And that was really, really inspiring. I had Dr. Kathleen was on the panel discussion. I had Dr. Richard Fleming, who's a international architect out of Milan, San Francisco in Southern California, and also I think in another European country. So he's actually just, he was so inspired. He put it all over social media, which is what we need. We want to dissolve the divides, right? Isn't that important? Dissolving the divides. I have a good friend who lived in China for 18 years. I used to work with her at Ingram Micro. She came back about 18 months ago. And she said when she came back to the US, she noticed the drastic division in our country. And so that's really sad. And so that's my whole emphasis in trying to reach out and do something different in dissolving divides that we may have, not just in the United States, but throughout the world.
Yes, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. Okay, I thought we lost you. Oh, lest I forget, someone have just sent me a direct message about my fourth book is Global Career Diversity Management and Entrepreneurship, entitled Pathways and Professions. And you can get that one also from Amazon. But if you email me directly or you want to get them directly from me, we will always have discount prices on any of our books. Yeah. So thank you all once again for coming on board. It's an opportunity to network. So use the remaining time to network with one another, because this has been one of the issues in entrepreneurship, networking. So use this platform as an opportunity to contact one another outside of this Zoom room, on LinkedIn, on other social platforms. I say thank you all for joining CEEL 2022 conference, and hopefully we will have another one next year. But within that, we still have to organize more workshops, seminars, and training sessions. So I enjoy working with you all. You're all fantastic and wonderful people. Let me give you an hand. Join me to give you an hand.
Our hearts to go out to you as well, Dr. KAFAYAT.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well done, Dr. Kafi. Well done. Yeah,
so thanks, Jenny, for coming.
Yeah.
I'm going to pause the
thank you very
recording
much.
so anyone can talk freely.
I didn't plan to stay all day, but it was just too interesting. I just
exactly.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for
Great.
coming. The recording. Yeah. The question is, someone sent me a direct message saying getting grants for joint projects is very, very challenging. So Tracy, can you please share some of your approaches?
Yes, I just was awarded, our team at the University of Ghana, and my company, Colina, was just awarded a grant in August by the US State Department in collaboration with the embassy in Ghana. And it is a challenge, but I don't take that as a no. I never take that as a no. I take it as the journey. And to me, it's fun. It's actually fun to go through the process. So what I did was I looked at specifically, I just did some searches on Google. And I know of a program within the United States called the Sister City Program. So if you have something in your respective countries or states that you know of, then research that. That's number one. So I looked at the Sister City Program, and in particular, does everybody know about that program? Okay, so the Sister City Program allows, there's about every, I would say, city throughout the United States, most major, at least all major cities, has a country or two or three that are designated that they work with, and it's like similar name a lot of times, or so for instance, it could be Columbus, Ohio, and Columbus, Italy. I don't know if there is a Columbus, Italy, but just something like that. So it's very similar. So I looked online in Google and I said, okay, who's the sister city to Accra, Ghana? So that was the starting process that I did. And it came up with some obscure list that probably was never posted. It would just somewhere was out on the net. And it looked like it was just somebody's copy of something that they had stored somewhere. And it basically outlined that Accra, Ghana is not the sister city, but they're a cooperative partner, which is a parallel program to the sister city, not run by the city. It's run by an independent nonprofit. So this is called the Partnership Program, and it is managed by an organization, a nonprofit by the name of Global Ties. And that's when I mentioned earlier that there's about 70 to 90 people throughout the United States in this nonprofit. And when a project comes about, they will designate one of those people to be on the project working with, economic development or whatever it is. And you look at any of the SDGs, it could be education, entrepreneurship, sustainability, look at any of those and you can pull out a grant most likely from the State Department. And then they work with the corresponding embassy within that country. And this is how it happens. So I contacted a city office official in Akron, Ohio, and I found out about this cooperative partnership program in which I had not any knowledge prior. And he introduced me to the lady who runs it out of Akron, Ohio. Come to find out that in Akron, Ohio, in Global Ties specifically, Michelle, my contact, has been working with Accra for 5 or 6 years at this point, and they formed an Accra Akron Partnership Board. And years ago, when they first started it, the need was to process water within Africa more, just better, you know, and more purely. And so what they did is they, the people in Global Ties reached out on behalf of Accra, Ghana, to find a water processing plant in the region. And it happened to be in Israel, and it's one of the largest water processing plants there. And with that, they forged that partnership and this board to work on this project. And that's what happened. So they now have the water processed appropriately, because they had said to me, they were educating me on all of this. And they said that the water that flows north of Ghana eventually comes into the Great Lakes, north of the United States. And the water that flows south of Ghana eventually comes to the Gulf of Mexico. So it was in our best interest also in the United States to help on the project. So that's what they did initially. I wasn't involved in that particular project, but that was soon after they finished that project. I came about, little old me, party of one, and my business partner, even though I've had this career, I'm a startup, right? So I said, hey, this is what I'm doing. I'd like some help. Can you guide me through this process? And they said, oh my gosh, how did you find us? So it really was just the most beautiful way that it could have happened. Met a lot of great people that were willing to help and that had a vested interest as well.
Well done, Tracy.
Thank you.
For not giving up.
Thank you.
One thing is researching, and the other one is not giving up. You just keep pushing.
Yes, perseverance. Yes, because the initial conversation with Dr. George was April 2020 during the CEEC conference.
I was there. We were all in the same room.
Yep. Run by the San Diego State University Levin Center. And when we were there, you know, I didn't know him, and I reached out to him. And then I reached out to all 1,000 members. I reached out to you too, Dr. KAFAYAT.
Yes, you did, yeah.
And attendees. And that's another thing about perseverance, right?
Well,
I would never have met George. I would have never had that conversation. I would have never been to this point in helping the students in Africa if I had never attended that call. And I talk to students all the time in the universities and talk to them about my journey as you know, out beyond my career that I had in corporate America. And I encourage them and try to inspire them as much as I can, because my upbringing was that of just very different, as you know, Dr. KAFAYAT. And it was in Ohio. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And so my dad always said, get educated and try to do something beyond what we're doing here. And I did. And, you know, and so that was, you have this, I had the support of my family, but most people don't. And that's actually one of the most key things when you look at entrepreneurs and their journey in any of this and how they can persevere. So I try to encourage all the students, and I talk to a lot of underserved students out here in California.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for sharing that experience with us.
You're so welcome.
Oh, I hope it's benefit the person who asked that question, that Tracy has answered your question. And I think that's all. I've not got any other private question coming.
Thank you again, KAFAYAT.
You're welcome. And hopefully we bond again. Yeah. And this time around, no missing your Zoom meeting. Yeah, Tracy?
I know, the very first time I missed her Zoom meeting, the very first time. See, and now it's been a lifelong friendship, right? So
thanks, everyone.
I need to count you in on the April forum, as well as Dr. Jenny.
Yeah. I look forward to that.
Okay.
All right. So let me stop the recording finally now. So we can call it a day. Stop sharing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I wish you all the best for this 2022 and beyond. Thank you for joining CEEL2022 conference, a grand global entrepreneurship event for all. Thank you. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So if you have the photo, Tracy, please